Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Ching, 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 chong, chong. Down. Love now. Yo, yo. I'm the father to your baby. I'll be back. I gotta get some milk and cigarettes. Cigarette milk. Yo, what's up, dudes? How's the stream? Is the stream okay? No loading? I'll be your catfish. Your fishy cat. I can smell your fishy cat from here. First time I'm about to make apple pie cookies and the boyfriend is making chicken Alfredo. God damn. That sounds like a perfect life. A moment you should cherish for the rest of time. Beginning right now. First time in my new house after breaking up with my girlfriend of 6 years. Feels good to be here. Hell yeah, dude. Who knows? Sometimes you just need to be free, you know? We all are just individual entities who must learn more so to live with ourselves than we are with others. Stream is creaming like butter. Just got out of a 15-year relationship too. Freedom feels good. Wow, guys, you guys are... Everybody's going through changes. And honestly, I don't blames ya. What's up, No Frowns? Happy to see and hear you. Happy to see and hear you guys. I'm glad we're back. The last video did really well. Did you guys notice that?
Did you guys notice that? Did you take notice of the latest video? It was really good. Probably the best video in quite some time on YouTube. The most viral. The most scary and spooky horror content to date.
You don't change your underwear? You're not supposed to, bro. Like, think about caveman. They had stinky fucking balls and vaginas. Like, us with our clean-ass shit, just... It's kind of strange. Roki, welcome back for 5 months. So sorry I've been gone, stuck in a mental hospital after trying something stupid, and you just happen to get on while I've accessed my phone. Oh, damn. What? Well, you don't have to share, but what the fuck happened, my dude? I'm sorry to hear that. Been watching for many years. Thank you for putting me to sleep hundreds of times. Welcome, Nathan. Thank you for sleeping. Sleeping is good. No notification conspiracy. Dang, dude. Yeah, you gotta follow me on Instagram at letsread.official so I can post on my story to let you know when I go live if you got it over there. Y'all hate those bots or not? Which bots are you talking about? Are there bots in chat? We must find them. I have Instagram? I do, yeah. letsread.official. I'm not like super active on it, but I do post when I go live, and it's not like... The posts aren't like that exciting, I guess. Instead of being in a relationship, I want to become a good friend of my friends and family. Yeah, dude. Welcome to my world, bro. Honestly, all my single friends are just like so much cooler than the ones that are obsessed with the identity of their significant other. Like, I get it, but if you can't have like a healthy sense of individual identity, like, who are you as a couple, really, other than just like codependence? They use the balls must to lure praise. It's true. Back in the day, we used to... You ever hear of noodling for like catfish? We would dip our balls in the water to catch prey. False dichotomy cope, Joel. Is that true? Did I do one of those? Can you elaborate so I can even remember what I just said? Joel on Insta is like my grandma. Yeah, imagine like Instagram's gonna turn into what Facebook was here soon. And I'm gonna be the old one who doesn't have TikTok or whatever the fuck. Always lose myself in a relationship, done with it. Yeah, I mean, I see it happen so much. I don't know. It's whatever. I don't know. Maybe I just sort of, it's, you know, that ability. It's tough not just being yourself. I don't know. It seems so much more fun to just exist as ones. I forget myself eating eggs and sausage. No worries, bro. That sounds yummy. Single your whole life, but no friends either. Damn, we gotta get you out there. We gotta get you bopping. How often do you post on iHeartRadio? I think iHeartRadio should automatically post with the when the podcast goes live. Let me look real quick. Distribution. Is that iHeartRadio? Yeah. So I think every Tuesday at noon, every podcast goes live, every service. So we have Amazon Music, Castbox, Deezer, iHeartRadio, GeoSavan, Listen Notes, Player FM, Podcast Addict, Podchaser, TuneIn. I don't post it to YouTube Music because, I don't know, it would confuse it with my YouTube channel, I guess. Oh, and Spotify and Apple Podcasts, of course. Wart. So who do you want to win the national championship? I don't care. You know what I mean? Whoever's the best, honestly. I mean, who do you think's the best? Who do you think's got the explosion? Is it going to be Ohio State again? Is it a Warcraft 3 reference? No, it's Halo. Mercenary comes in and says wart every time for probably 7 years at this point. I wouldn't even want to watch MLB. I don't think I ever watched baseball. I was playing catch earlier, though. And I do really like catching. Let's Read dating app is down. It is down and out. Anyways, we got some catfish stories. What's new with you guys? Anything cool going on? Any crazy crap? You went to Hershey Park, took the littles. Wait, Justin, I didn't know you were in Pennsylvania. I thought you were like halfway across the world. How was Hershey Park, broski? Should have called me. I could have jumped on board. Wendy Melton, you turned 60. Happy birthday, Wendy. How was your 60th? What did you do? Lisa Dakota, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. There's a bonus content playlist you can check out. I'm a deputy and I listen on my shift, what happens to be the night shift. Some of my stuff creeps me out. The creepiness helps keep me awake, make the dark dirt roads a bit scary. Bro, some of the creepiest stories I think I had were like night shift cop stuff. Because like the one was responding to phone calls at like a house that was under construction. Do you guys remember those paranormal stories? It was like a house under construction and they kept getting calls from it, like emergency calls. And then they would get there and there would just be like nobody in the house. I don't even know if the house was connected to landlines at that point that it was under construction. But I've heard a lot of like strange, creepy paranormal stuff related to like houses being under construction. And Devin Stepp, I think I might have missed you. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult as well. Thank you. As well as Shannon McLean. Welcome, friends. Thank you again, Risa Dakota. You guys now have access to bonus content. Only went to take the kids to Hershey and I guess to see my family too. That's cool. I didn't even know you had kids, Justin. That's awesome. Oh, it's your birthday too, Evan. Happy birthday. And Lynn, thank you for the gifter to Amber Lamb. Just watch Call Mectress and Selena Spooky Boo's new movie. What the hurl is that? Alright, should we just get to reading? I don't even got anything left to say. Kaylin Ranger Danger Fox, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Practically scrape the can of your paranormal horror stories. Yeah, I really, you know what? After this one, maybe I should do paranormal. Do you have to take the Hershey Highway to get there? You do. You have to go long and hard through there. Covered in all the goop. I'm your adult bedtime storyteller. I got you, bro. It's spooky season, almost. We are almost there. Also, Little Nightmares 3 comes out. When? The 10th? Am I streaming? Am I going to be streaming the 11th? Or Halloween or some shit like that? And Kaylin, thank you for the gifter to Jesse Styron. Welcome, Jesse. Thank you, Kaylin. Nobody reads paranormal stories like you do, man. You should do more. I know. It is, honestly, I've listened to them in the past of my own, and I'm like, what the fuck? This is spooky. But until we get there, we got some true scary catfish dating stories. And yeah, I don't know how many we got tonight. I'll have to double check. I feel like I got like 5 or 6. Crack one. Can you guess what drink this is? Can I just say your voice's accents and these stories are on point? Thanks, Evil. Eviladam. Appreciate you. Bud Light. No, it's... Wait, keep guessing. Okay. It's Diet Coke.
Diet Coke, I have over 50 Diet Cokes a day. It helps the brain. It helps me forget that Israel controls the country.
Dr. Pim. Dr. Pim. Watch out for that aspartame. That asshole tame. What college should I rebuild? A college football 26. Rebuild. You should start with Hawaii. I always played as Hawaii. I don't know why. It just seemed fun. Diet Dr. Budweiser. They should make diet beer. Is that possible? Okay. Here we go. So I'm a grown woman who still gets scared listening to your stories like a little kid. Now I won't share my exact age, but I'm old enough that when this happened to my mom, the term catfishing didn't even exist, and wouldn't for a good few decades after this. So the way she tells it, she got the wool pulled over her eyes, so to speak. I don't know if you use that expression in the States, but it comes from... I really have no bloody clue, actually. I guess covering someone's face with a sweater, maybe, or maybe some smart aleck in the comics can... I guess covering someone's face with a sweater, and maybe a smart aleck in the comments can tell us. So back when my mom was an eligible bachelorette in the 1960s, a friend of hers called Sandy convinced her to go on a date with this guy. She said he was a right catch, easy on the eyes and loose with the wallet, if you get what I mean. Not only that, but he was a burgeoning player in the up-and-coming London movie scene. We all know the UK's put out some absolute banger movies like The Full Monty, Mean Times, and of course, Psycho. Now Mum's friend Sandy was making all these hints that Mr. Hot Poop Director, who we'll just call Ron, had some connections to Alfred Hitchcock, the legendary filmmaker that was his mentor or something, and he was looking for a leading lady who Sandy thought sounded a lot like Mum. Now Mum fancied him, so... Yuji, what's up, bro? The Hawaii Rainbow Warriors should change their colors. It should be like more fun, huh? They should make like translucent or iridescent outfits. Low-calorie alcohol or ethanol is more complicated sugar of sorts. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I feel like they gotta do something. Am I going to play Little Fart Mares on the stream? I think so. I think if it comes out the 10th, I should either play it on Halloween. When does Halloween actually fall? That falls on a Friday. So maybe I could stream on a Friday. Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I could stream it the day after it comes out, the 11th, which would be like a Saturday. You almost lost your son Friday night on an e-bike accident. I'm sorry to hear that. That's crazy. Just got out of the shower, now you're streaming. Exactly. We knew we were coming. We were waiting for you to get unstinky. How about Silent Hill? Oh, you know, that's tempting. Silent Hill was never really a series I even thought about. I like the one movie they made, but I just never even think about it. You should use the same background music for the longer videos instead of the spooky music. Yeah, I'll have to remember which this one is. Instead of the spooky music. Which video are you referring to? Because I rotate through a few different ones. Mom fancied herself as a bit of an actress, and she'd done some school plays and even been in the ponto at the church hall a couple of times, which in those days was basically like being Hollywood royalty. Now, back in these days, Mom was sweet on a guy named Simon, so she was a bit reluctant to agree to date with the... God damn it. Now, back in these days, Mom was sweet on a guy named Simon, so she was a bit reluctant to agree to this date with director Ron, but Sandy was insistent. And that's how it worked in Hollywood, apparently. He wouldn't expect anything from her, just a polite and friendly dinner date, because whoever heard of a Hollywood executive behaving poorly with women? I mean, let's not even get started on the fact that this wasn't Hollywood. It was London, but you get the point. Now anyway, Mom decided that she'd go for it and would simply not tell Simon and hope that he understood when she explained how she'd gotten her big break and was about to become a star, etc. She got all dolled up. I've seen the photos. She looked pretty classy, like you genuinely could believe that she was at the Oscars with how stylish she looked. And when she got out of the taxi at the restaurant that she'd been told to meet Ron at, though, I think her Hollywood dreams began to melt away. I guess calling it a restaurant is generous. It was more, well, if you've ever been to London, you'll know the kind of outfits I mean. Dark, dingy, pokey little restaurants that stink of cigar smoke, with carpets stickier than a Velcro shoe. And as soon as she entered, a guy parked at a table in the back. Oh. What's up, Drew C? What are you doing? I said Ponto instead of Panto. I don't know. I thought it was a soft A. I've never really heard of anything being Panto. Let's look it up. I don't even know what it means. Panto means short for pantomime. What's pantomime? A dramatic entertainment originating in Roman mime in which performers express meaning through gestures accompanied by music. Okay. Cool. They're just as bad over here in London as they are in Hollywood. All the production companies are in the fucking red light district. Oh, nice. We gotta get there. Panto. Okay, what did I say? Ponto. Okay. Run it back. Where the fuck did we go? Dolled up. I lost my spot. Oh my God. God saved his life. Well, that's good to hear. Twist of history is ending. It is, yeah. There's been a vacancy since the death of God. Mom fancied it. Okay, we'll just go back. God, that's so far. Whatever, I guess it's worth it. Do I watch Mr. Nightmare? No. I mean, I know him, but I don't watch any of his stuff. Mom fancied herself as a bit of an actress. She'd done some school plays and even been in the panto at the church hall a couple of times, which in those days was basically like being Hollywood royalty. Now, back in those days, Mom was sweet on a guy named Simon, so she was a bit reluctant to agree to this date with director Ron, but Sandy was insistent. And that's how it worked in Hollywood, apparently. He wouldn't expect anything from her, just a polite and friendly dinner date, because who ever heard of a Hollywood executive behaving poorly with women? I mean, let's not even get started on the fact that this wasn't Hollywood. It was London, but you get the point. Now anyway, Mom decided that she'd go for it and would simply not tell Simon and hope that he understood when she explained how she'd gotten her big break and was about to become a star, etc. She got all dolled up. I've seen the photos. She looked classy, like you genuinely could believe that she was at the Oscars with how stylish she looked. And when she got out of the taxi at the restaurant that she'd been told to meet Ron at, though, I think her Hollywood dreams began to melt away. I guess calling it a restaurant is very generous here. It was more... Now, if you've ever been to London, you'll know the kind of outfits I mean. Dark, dingy, poky little restaurants that stink of cigar smoke, with carpets stickier than a Velcro shoe. And as soon as she entered, a guy parked at a table in the back waved her over, and she was immediately... Blind dates. I think I only watch Y-Files. Yeah, it's been a while since I watched Y-Files either. I don't even know. I've just been watching... What do I even watch? Just Hearthstone stuff. You said your question? Where's your question at? My question was, do you Jack Stauber? If no, search it up. Do I know Jack Stauber? Is that the question? Let's see, Jack Stauber. Is he like a musician or something like that? I guess not. He looks like he smokes a pipe. Smokes a bit of a pipe. He's a bit of a pipe smoker. Yeah, I'm not familiar, I'm sorry. Hey, what's up, Gabriella? How we doing? Do you think the rapture will happen on Halloween? I missed the last one. I didn't even know that there was, like, rapture coming. I guess that was, like, a big TikTok thing, but it's weird whenever, like, TikTok algorithm shit that seemingly everybody shares doesn't migrate over to, like, Instagram, because that's where I exist most of the time, is on Instagram. I don't know. I just don't feel it. I mean, I hear that the TikTok algorithm is much better. I didn't know because I'm a sinner. Yeah, imagine if everybody got to go to heaven except me. I guess I wouldn't be that surprised about it. What is rapture? I don't know. It's just like a concept. It's not even like a direct word that's used in the Bible, but it's in like Revelation. What is rapture? It's a place in BioShock. In everyday English, rapture refers to a state of intense joy, delight, or ecstasy. For example, she listened to the music in rapture. So it's like a state of existence. It implies being carried away by overwhelming emotion. In Christian theology, especially in certain Protestant traditions, the rapture is a belief about the end times. It's the idea that true believers in Jesus Christ will suddenly be taken up or caught up from earth to meet Christ in the air before a period of tribulation, a time of suffering and chaos on earth. The concept comes mainly from interpretations of passages like 1 Thessalonians 4:16-17, where it says believers will be caught up together to meet the Lord in the air. Different denominations interpret it differently. Some believe it happens before tribulation, pre-tribulation rapture. Others think it's occurring during or after the tribulation. Some Christian groups don't believe in a literal rapture at all, seeing it as symbolic. Literary and emotional usage. In literature and poetry, rapture often refers to being overwhelmed with beauty, love, or inspiration. For example, the poet described the sunrise with rapture. So obviously we're talking about the Christian theology stuff there, but I don't know, man. It's all strange and abstract. I've honestly heard I've only been alive a little bit, like maybe a decade more than most of you, but I'd heard my fair share of like rapture predictions, and they are always usually incorrect. But I guess one day, if the government wanted to like fake a rapture, to me I feel like the best way to fake a rapture would just be like to have some way for everyone to just like drop dead out of nowhere, you know what I mean? Whether it's like through some sort of strange frequencies that you shoot from like satellites into everybody's brain and then activate something within them that just kills them dead, and then basically that would, everybody would interpret that as like, revelation, rapture, or whatever. Was 2012 a rapture prediction? I think that's the biggest one. Yeah, I mean, that was a big one back in that time, and I genuinely, because of the whole Mayan thing, I was like, oh shit. I think 2012, the big thing with that was a lot of people thought, well, not really everybody, I think most people didn't give a shit, but it was like Nibiru or Planet X. Like they thought Planet X was going to like pass by Earth or pass through the Kuiper Belt, which is all the asteroids that exist on the outer rim near Pluto and stuff of our solar system, and then as that celestial body passes through it, like pushes all that shit towards Earth and causes a shit ton of like asteroids to hit Earth. Yeah, and that the Anunnakis exist on the fucking Nibiru, and I don't know, it's whatever. I did see the movie in theaters. It was interesting. Ended up, it was just the biggest movie advertisement ever. That would be hilarious if that all started back then. What's your favorite Beatles song? You listen to new songs? New Beatles songs? Do they make new ones? John Lennon. You got a date, you got Catfish on this weekend. I know, it's quite sad, isn't it, when it happens? Detroiters. Ooh, Mr. Astronomy over here. Okay. She knew immediately this was her date. Mom wasn't sure who or what she'd been picturing with Ron. Sandy had made him sound like Roger Moore, but also warned Mom. Sandy had made him sound like Roger Moore, but also warned Mom not to get her hopes up too high in the looks department. But then followed this up with a wink implying that he did have the looks to back up his reputation. Heck, I think at this point, Mom would have been happy with a younger-looking Alfred Hitchcock, or anyone who wasn't Ron, really. And the way Mom tells it, Ron was like some kind of comic book character, and not in a good way. He was 5 foot tall and thin as a rake, and somehow had a beer gut on him that would rival Oliver Reed in his heyday. And then he had this huge, long nose above, and Mom swears this is true, a mustache that he could absolutely in no way be unaware looked like a certain Austrian painter's. Now immediately in her mind, Mom started thinking of Ron as Hitchcock. Hitchcock? Who the hell's Hitchcock? Is that Hitchcock? Oh, I guess that's... okay. I guess Hitchcock did have a big old nose, huh? Big old schnauzer. Albright Hitchcock. I don't know. One spelling error and I'm done. I'm donezo. Wait. Did Hitchcock look like Hitler? I'm just confused if Hitchcock... Is Hitchcock an actual person? Immediately in her mind, Mum started thinking of Ron as Hitchcock, based on his huge nose and resemblance to a certain dictator, and this made her start laughing at her own joke as she sat down. Did Alfred Hitchcock look like Hitler? Same mustache? Did he? I thought all these pictures here he has no mustache. And he's fatter. I don't think Hitler was fat, was he? Keep the story going, bro. I know, but I gotta get it right or I'm just like... Because I want to change it to Hitchcock, but I didn't know if like Hitchcock is like somebody I'm missing here. I hate fucking references and stories and I just don't. Yap, Joel, yap. I've been yapping, bro. He was a round, pudgy man. Right. I mean, Ron is hit conk. How does it get, I don't know. What's up, Michelle? I'm not even doing different voices. What different voices? I'm narrating, Goofy. What do you want me to do? Immediately in her mind, Mom started thinking of Ron as Hitchcock, based on his huge nose and resemblance to a certain dictator, and this made her start laughing at her own joke as she sat down. I guess Ron, hereby known to the rest of us as... Wait, what the fuck is going on? Who the fuck is Hitconk? Is that a fucking comic book person? I am so confused. Because it literally corrects. It's referencing it again. Hitconk. Who the fuck are they talking about? Hitchhonk? Is this a person? There's no recognized word Hitconk. What the fuck are they talking about? Okay, guys, just listen to this. This makes no fucking sense, because the whole time they were talking about Hitchcock, right? Immediately in her mind, Mom started thinking Ron as Hitconk, based on his huge nose and resemblance to a certain dictator, of which Hitchcock does not look like a certain dictator unless there's another one I've missed. And this made her start laughing at her own joke as she sat down. I guess Ron, hereby known to the rest of us as Hitconk too, because if I have to think of it, so do you all, must have said something he intended to be funny, because he beamed a smile so wide and wolfish that Mom could have sworn he was ready to eat her. I don't know who the fuck they're talking about. Oh my god. And the fact that they said Hitconk, they're still saying Hitconk. This is so annoying, bro. He had a Hitler's mustache and Hitchcock's nose, so she amalgamated the names Hitler and Hitchcock. Okay, I guess I'm retarded. Perfect. Thank you, actually. That makes way more sense, but I don't understand. This person's like writing like we're in their head. I have no fucking I can't think like them. Okay. That makes a million more pieces of sense than whatever they didn't even take the time to explain that, I guess. The Hitchconk. Alright. My apologies. I'm back. Here we go. We've deciphered the hieroglyphics. That way, Mom's a comic, but not in a good way. Beer gut on him, rival Oliver Reed, immediately in her... Where even was I? Mom started thinking of Ron as Hitconk, based on his huge... Okay. But adding the conk, like the Hitconk, if it's Hitchcock, wouldn't it be Hitcock? What is the conk? How's that even an amalgamation of the things? That's not even an amalgamation. It's like trying to understand like somebody's mom's joke from the 1960s that wasn't even like alright, anyways. We're moving on. Immediately, in her mind, Mom started thinking of Ron as Hitconk, based on his huge nose and resemblance to a certain dictator mixed together. But this made her start laughing at her own little joke as she sat down. I guess Ron, hereby known to the rest of us now as Hitconk too, because if I have to think of it, so do you all, must have said something he intended to be funny because he beamed a smile so wide and wolfish that Mum could have sworn that he was ready to eat her. He had these yellow, crooked teeth too, although Mum says that back then that was fairly normal for working-class lads in London. Hitchcock was supposed to be some movie bigwig though, so she expected him to have teeth that were at least within the vicinity of white though. And they sat down and Hitchcock ordered a bottle of the cheapest wine on the menu, giving... Jorkin the Hitchcock. Who's hitting the conch right now? Where's your boyfriend channel? We're getting it going. Instead of Twist of History, Mr. Ballin wanted to invest in a boyfriend ASMR channel with me. So that's where Wandery diverted all their funds towards that instead. If you're gonna wear a mask, you're fooling him. Yeah. How come so many comments are getting removed? Is someone rude? I don't think any comments are getting removed. How do you even know that? I don't see any comments getting... It will tell me if a mod is removing a comment. Unless there's like some automated stuff. I don't know. We've removed all of Justin's comments. Until he says he rode the Hershey Highway. Openly. What do you mean you noticed that too? What do you guys know? What comments are you guys noticing? How would you even see it if you're like a viewer? And what? Because I'm not seeing anything. People can delete their own comments. This is true, but I have it set to live chat. The chat shifts in real time. I mean, I don't see anything being removed, to be honest with you. The comments are just going down in the line. I haven't seen a single thing being removed. And is there something being said? Your comments have been deleted as well. Why though? Why would they? I literally don't see any sort of like mod, like gives you like mod feedback or whatever, like this comment's been deleted or by so-and-so. I don't see any of that. You read it, there was a glitch. Oh, it's like a glitch? Oh, people naming the Austrian painter? Is that it? I don't fucking know, bro. It's the weird glitchy fast shift in chat. Okay, that makes sense. Joel, there's a chat comments that sometimes get automatically removed, auto-filtered by Goofy. Yeah, YouTube. I guess so. The Google snipers. My Mossad handlers are in here, making sure that nothing gets out of hand. They sat down and Hitchcock ordered a bottle of the cheapest wine on the menu, giving Mum a look like he'd just ordered luxury champagne. And then he began rabbiting on about the movies that he was going to make and how he was going to be huge and how difficult it was to get studios to back him and that they just didn't understand his vision. But with a lass like Mum as the third member of the team, they couldn't fail. Third member, Mum asked. Now Hitchcock... I can't even read this. I still don't get why it's Hitchcock whenever it's Hitchcock and Hitler. Hitchcock. Where's the conch part? For example, here you can't live chat certain political names and stuff. Yeah, I guess I try to keep some of that stuff filtered, but just so people don't go wild. Oh, conch is a UK term for nose. Okay. Alright. That did not register in my brain. You said my favorite chocolate is the milk kind. I do like the milk chocolate, yeah. Peanut butter chocolate. Just like the creamy shit is so much better. British. Is conch racist? Yeah. Everything's racist if you think hard enough. Can I see Hitler? Yep, I see it there. I see him in my dreams every night, haunting me with his scary overalls. Third member, Mum asks. Hitconk makes a big display of pulling out an old-fashioned pocket watch and says, yeah, Ron should be here any minute now. Mum's suddenly confused and wrong-footed. Are you not Ron? She asks. And Hitconk hoots with laughter and explains that no, he's not Ron. In fact, he's Gary. Gary Reed, the producer, and he'll be sitting on Mum's date with Ron just to see how things play out and what the chemistry is like. Now Mum's absolutely confused at this point. Sandy had led her to believe that this was a date with a guy called Ron. Jesus. I see the O and I immediately must say Mum. Rum. Tricks, true, scary Hitler stories. Everyone I disagree with is pretty much Hitler. When my mom says I have to go to bed early, she might as well be the sleep Hitler. Listen to the band Radiohead. Trust me, when you listen to the songs, take a YouTube break and listen to songs in my room. I've never heard of such a band. I'll try it. Now Mum's absolutely confused at this point. Sandy had led her to believe that this was a date with a guy called Ron, who was both a romantic catch and in as an actress, what the fuck? Okay. I don't know what the fuck. Never heard of Radiohead? No, I have. Sorry, I guess my voice, whenever I'm being sarcastic, doesn't sound sarcastic, but like Radiohead's old as dirt, so of course I've heard of Radiohead. Now Mum's absolutely confused at this point. Sandy had led her to believe that this was a date with a guy called Ron, who was both a romantic catch and as an actress. Now the guy dressed like a two-bit Hollywood phony is... there claiming he's not even Ron in the first place. Oh, here she is, Hitconk blurts out and turns to where the bell above the door just rang. Now in struts, well, I only wish Mom had a camera phone back then. She describes Ronnie, like this. Imagine Mira Hindley was a drag queen, but a woman dressed up as a woman dressed up as a woman, and also the blueprint for the predatory lesbian trope. Oh, and she had a perm like Mira's too, except for some reason only the left half of her hair had taken and the right half was flat and limp. Oh, how I wish I could have seen this woman for myself, but alas, I wasn't even an egg at this time. Oh my goodness. It's a lot of things to process in my brain at once. Hey, Polar Bear, what's up, dude? Hitconkington. Can't imagine how he looks. This too much. Yeah. Move the story forward. Pines, you're a director now. Honorary Let's Read director. I recommend the songs Fake Plastic Trees, 2 + 2 = 5s. There, Jigsaw falling into place, just, and I might be wrong. Who was the one song, or for Radiohead? It took place on like it took place on an elevator with the music video. What was that song? Anyways. In struts, well, I only wish Mom had a camera phone back then. She describes Ron, or wait, I already fucking read this. God damn it, how the fuck? Oh, how I wish I could have seen this woman for myself. But alas, I wasn't even an egg at this time. Now let's read, Joel, if you ever feel like hosting a fan art competition and anyone wants to have a shot at drawing Ronnie, it would make my bloody day. I still search the internet to this day to somehow try and find the slightest... I still search the internet to this day to somehow try and find the slightest possibility of a photo to see if Mum really did her justice. Ronnie slumps down into her chair, commands Hit Conk to order her two... Bombaclot. Ronnie slumps down in her chair, commands Hit Conk to order her 2 beers, and then waits in silence as they're delivered. She downs one without pause for breath and then just belches, and then turns to Mum. "Christ, you're a hot little bint, aren't you?" she says, apparently. Mum's a little taken aback. Ronnie introduces herself as Ronnie. Mum jokes like Ronnie from the Cray twins, and Ronnie stares at her as if looks could kill and asks if she looks like a bloody man, and a poofter at that. What's a poofter? What's a poofter? I'm gonna get squanceled. We're gonna get squanceled by a squitter. A gay man, a man who is seen as unmasculine, timid, or affected. Poofter. It's a bit derogatory. How many people is going on a date with at the same time? I don't know, there's 2 right now. Almost 4 weeks caffeine free. Interesting. Is that something to be excited about? Why do you want to be caffeine free? That sounds like hell. Absolute hell. And Ronnie stares at her, as if looks could kill, and asks if she looks like a bloody man. And Mum has no idea what to say. Despite obviously being a woman, Ronnie did indeed appear rather... And Mum has no idea what to say, because despite obviously being a woman, Ronnie did indeed look rather like a gay man. And then she laughs and squeezes Mum's hand, and all... Fuck, man, I don't know why I'm just struggling so fucking hard to, like, follow this train of thought. It's just so many diverging paths. And then she laughs and squeezes Mum's hand and is all, "Don't worry, darling. You can call me whatever you want, as long as you're all me. As you all me." What the fuck does it say? As long as you all... What? God fucking damn it, man. Why is this so confusing? Then she laughs and squeezes Mum's hand and is all... Don't worry, darling. You can call me whatever you want. As long as you... I assume this means call me. Oh, as long as you call me? And it's cray, like... Guys, I don't know what this is fucking saying. And it's... Okay. As long as you call me. And it's cray, like... Craig-itch. Craig-itch? Oh my god. What the fuck is this saying? And it's cray, K-R-E-I-G-H, and then says like, comma, capital K-R-G-I-G... Oh, she's spelling it out. Quidditch. Craigitch? Craigitch. So there's a name... What the fuck? There's a name that's spelled like that, but you pronounce it Craigitch? Alright, 1 second. Let me just... I'm so confused. How do they not have... They gotta have this on Forvo, right? They don't. Crayfish? I'm sorry. Man, this is such a slow start. I legitimately can't follow this person's writing at all. Oh my god. Could be a misspelling. Well, it's like they're spelling it out. Like, how the... Let me just look at this. I'm going to put this sentence into the chat, and you can just tell me what the fuck they're trying to say. I just do not follow it. Then she laughs and squeezes Mum's hand and is all, "Don't worry, darling. You can call me whatever you want as long as you call me. Period." And it's Cray, like Craigeach? What is Craich? What's my favorite color? I like green. Craich? What's up, Luca? I'm sorry. I don't like that I'm like having to solve puzzles to make it through this fucking story. Craigslist? I mean, I can't skip this story because I need content. I mean, does anyone know? Wait, you figured it out? Crunchyroll? Yeah, they're telling me how to spell it, but it's like Cray, like Kreig, and then is that saying H, but like phonetically spelled out? Or is there saying it's Craigeach? I genuinely don't know what the fuck they're saying. I don't know. Craiganite? Craigonzo? It's pronounced Ray, but spelled like this. Okay. So the EITCH at the end is just to say H? Like phonetically say H? They literally could put the letter H there to like make me say H, right? Okay. Well, it's just I don't want to fuck it up now and then I have to like go back and retry like the other thing. I don't even remember what the other thing was. Okay. Just an H. Sorry. Sorry. Fucking hell. Then she laughs and squeezes Mum's hand and is all like, "Don't worry, darling. You can call me whatever you want, as long as you call me." And it's Cray, like Kreigh. Mum just nods. Oh my god. Fucking British bullshit. Mum just nods, totally taken aback. So, Hitchcock says that he'll let the two ladies get on with it. This is just a screen test, as they both know, and they just need to act out a romantic meal between two forbidden lesbian lovers. He explained that Mum's character, Scarlett Letitia, comes from a wealthy plantation owner family, and Ronnie's character, Fanny O'Bannon, is the daughter of a feared London gangster. Mum's all like, "So if I'm the daughter of a wealthy plantation owner, is my character supposed to be American?" Hitchcock looks genuinely baffled at this, like he hasn't really thought about it, and then just waves his hand away, saying the plot doesn't really matter. So for the next 30 minutes, Mum and Ronnie order the grimiest spaghetti carbonara known to man, and sit there eating it and ad-libbing small talk while Hitchcock occasionally tells them to sexy it up and get a bit more touchy-feely. Now, Mum has always been a pretty liberal lass, but that didn't extend to being felt up by a mysterious lesbian, so she is a little against this. This. Oh my god. I don't know why this shit is... I don't know. Joel, a choose your own adventure with the live chat choosing the polls. Oh, that'd be fun. How do you even do that? Okay, I'm just gotta get through this fucking thing. I don't know why. It's like absolutely in my head about it. Now, Mom has always been a pretty liberal lass, but that didn't... Oh my god. Now, Mom has always been a pretty liberal lass, but that didn't extend to being felt up by a mysterious lesbian, so she was a little against this. Furthermore, she was starting to feel extremely duped by both Sandy and Hitconk, so she asked Hitconk exactly how he knew Sandy. Mum was friends with Sandy through the typing pool that they both worked at for a bank or something. Hitconk laughs and says Sandy's his niece, and he's always hooking him up with available women for his movies. Mum is starting to lose her patience here, so she slams her fork down and asks Hitconk and Ronnie to explain exactly what the hell the movie is about, and why she has to sexily eat spaghetti as a screen test, which had no cameras Oh my god. What's up, Nikki? Oh, fucking shit. I don't know, I just want to get to the fucking point of the story. Like, I mean, I get it's just a weird, I mean, I guess it is a dating story. It's just, I feel like it's taken forever to get to where we just need to be, which is the scary part. Mom is starting to lose her patience here, so she slams her fork down and asks Hitconk and Ronnie to explain exactly what the hell the movie is about and why she has to sexily eat spaghetti as a screen test, which had no cameras present, she adds. Ronnie says something along the lines of, "You poor, sweet summer child. It's a grotty movie, a dirty film. Surely you knew that. This district of London is basically known for its adult industry." No. My dear, sweet mother had not known that, and she got up to leave. Hitconk stopped her in her tracks. He reminded her that it was only lesbian adult films. I can't say porn. I can't say, the story keeps saying porn and lesbian. I almost feel like the lesbian part's gonna get like flagged too. I don't fucking know. Long-time listener, this is my first time joining. It's honestly so out here in love as a real person. It's like seeing your teacher outside school. That's funny. Somebody said that before too. Maybe it was you. That is funny. Seeing your teacher at the grocery store. It'd be kind of funny to see your teacher at like out in real life and they are just like fighting with their spouse or like yelling at their kids or getting arrested for being drunk. What's up, Christy? He reminded her that it was only girl-on-girl adult film, so it wasn't really like doing it at all, and the camera equipment that they had was so crap that hardly anyone would be able to tell that it was her, and understandably, Mum wasn't convinced. Then Hitconk pulled out the check. He said, "Maybe this will change your mind," and he even did that eyebrow wiggle thing, like he was making her an offer she couldn't refuse. £10 to start in an hour-long piece of grot with a woman who may or may not be the female doppelganger of Ronnie Cray, overseen by a man who looked like an Italian. I can't say the word Hitler. That was me at Walmart with my banker lady I see at work. Oh, that's funny. I know, your bank teller, like, you have, like, an interesting relationship with them. Seeing them outside of there can get dangerous. Like a certain Italian, Austrian... Yeah, you're right. Italian, Austrian painter? I don't fucking know. £10 to star in an... £10 to star in an hour-long piece of grot with a woman who may or may not be the female doppelganger of Ronnie Cray, overseen by a man who looked like the Italian version of the Austrian painter. Mum just laughed, stood up and thanked them for their time, and began to walk to the door. Hitchcock began chasing her, trying to give her every excuse under the sun as to why she should stay. Mum glanced back over her shoulder, and she swears that she saw a look of screwed resignation on Ronnie's face. And just then, the door to the restaurant opens, and 3 smartly dressed men in suits enter. Now these were exactly the type of men... Now these were exactly the type of men that Mum had been led to believe Leonard Hitchcock. Oh my god, I cannot find a fucking rhythm with this shit, bro. Now these were exactly the type of men that Mum had been led to believe Leonard Hitchcock was. They looked her up and down, nodded approvingly to each other, and one of them asked Hitchcock if this was the talent they were investing in and had been promised. Mum said that actually was... Mum said that actually she was just leaving, but wished them luck with their movie. The older... Oh my god. The older, heavy-set guy of the 3 just looks at Hitchcock and says, "Not again, mate. You're not screwing us yet again." And the younger man, in a white suit with a gentle smile, takes Mum aside and asks her exactly what they promised her. She explains that she's been kinda duped into coming on this date, and then forced to eat spaghetti with a predatory lesbian while Hitchcock watched. Mum was not the type of woman to be shy or intimidated by London hardnuts. She'd grown up around them. And the guy in the white suit told her that his name was Jimmy, and everything would be fine. In fact, he'd walk her to the bus if she wanted, and even give her a lift home because he had his car nearby. Either way, he said he thought that it was better if they maybe left right now because a few more of the boys were showing up in a minute. And in fact, they did, nodding hello to Jimmy like he was some bigwig, even though they were twice his age. As the door jingled shut behind Mum, the crashing and smashing and shouting started. Mum, ever the curiosity-killed-the-cat type, tried to turn back and look inside to see what was going on, but Jimmy gently but firmly guided her away and said that she seemed like far too... Oh my god. Queef with the 2 says boner, mega boner. The mega boner evolution. I heard that the new Pokemon that's coming out is gonna like have a paywall just to get the mega evolutions. I gotta reboot myself. Hopefully the next one. I don't know why. Just like I could not fucking follow this story at all. Just the stream of thought sometimes is like so fucking hard to like just grammatically go along with, you know what I'm saying? It's just weird. And then all the little like internal references like that I just didn't really understand. Who still needs a whoopie pie? Justin, you are in Pennsylvania, bro. If ever there was a snack candy whoopie pie, it's Hershey Park is where you wanted to get it. But you have to join ranked or tournament battles. Oh, okay. Weird. I don't know, bro. This, like, idea that somehow Nintendo, like the family-friendly company that everybody enjoys, turning into like the sue your dead kid's gravestone, you know, similar to Disney suing the kid because he had Spider-Man on his gravestone. That just seems like what Nintendo's turning into legalistically. And it just seems disgusting. LaFufu. Mum, ever the curiosity killed the cat type, tried to turn back and look inside to see what was going on, but Jimmy gently but firmly guided her away and said that she seemed like far too nice a woman to star in Leonard's grot movies, and definitely too nice to see what was going on inside the stag and ferret right now. Ronnie came bursting out the door, running on one heel, hooting with laughter and yelling to Mum that it had been nice to meet her, so that made Mum feel a bit better. "Don't worry," Jimmy said. "Nobody's going to get killed over a crappy adult movie. Just some lessons going to be taught after all." And the gleam in his eyes and the kindness in his voice was what let Mom allow him to give her a lift back to hers. And she mostly ends the story there, but when she tells us kids anyway, she adds that, as we're probably aware, she invited Jimmy up for coffee. And the story of Jimmy is, it's a whole... Oh my god. Wait, so the porn star director showed up and she banged them instead? Did I have a good weekend? Yeah, it was good. It flew by. Illegally not defending your trademark can be seen as giving up, kind of sucks. I guess so, but on like a kid's gravestone's a bit much. I mean, who's going there to look at the gravestone and like, is Disney going to be like, Goofy's going to be sitting there collecting any sort of pennies that were going to be put on the kid's eyes to get across the river Styx? What's up, Jonah? Hey, see ya, Sonomi. You went to Hershey Park yesterday for a concert. Nice, dude. Who did you see? K-pop band. Hershey Park is huge on K-pop. The River Come. The story of Jimmy is its whole own other... Oh my god. I don't know anymore. The story of Jimmy is its whole own other tale. He's my dad and the father of my two older siblings, but not my younger Wait, did I? Yeah. God fucking damn it. Oh my god. The story of Jimmy is its own whole other tale. He's my dad and the father of my two older siblings, but not my younger sister. He's lived a very interesting life, but I would say an honorable one, and ultimately I feel like if Mum hadn't been catfished into almost starring in that movie, I probably wouldn't have been born. Jimmy, I've never called him Dad, weirdly enough, is one of my best friends, and we have all manner of bizarre stories like that. And I don't think any of them are quite as scary as the time before I was even a twinkle in Mum or Jimmy's eye, that mini dictator. Fucking Christ, why is this sentence so long? It's like a year long. It's dashed. It's like longer than Bible sentences. Jimmy, I've never called him Dad, weirdly enough, is one of my best friends, and we have all manner of bizarre stories like that, but I don't think any of them are quite as scary as the time, before I was even a twinkle in Mum or Jimmy's eye, that Minnie Hitler and Mira Hindley... Oh my... Holy shit. It's just like trying to like, it's like learning a fucking dance move as you go, you know what I mean? Jimmy, I've never called him Dad, weirdly enough, is one of my best friends, and we have all manner of bizarre stories like that, but I don't think any of them are quite as scary as the time, before I was even a twinkle in Mum or Jimmy's eye, that mini dictator and Mira Hindley almost got my mum killed in a London gangster bar brawl. Oh, and as a side note, Mum did eventually end up meeting the real Ronnie Cray shortly before he was sent down, and she says that he was much more polite and much more civilized than the Ronnie Cray that she almost starred in that film with. So I guess that's nice. Alright, I gotta put that story at the end. That one's rough, dude. And everyone clapped. Oh, Jesus. Ronnie Cray. Okay, we did it. Story 2. How are you guys doing? Anybody still with me? The Hershey Park concert was 21 Pilots. It rained practically the whole time, but it was still a dope show. That's cool. Isn't there like an indoor area for the concerts there? I thought they had like an indoor thing. Bit of a weird one for you here, but a few years ago, I ran a small Discord for a bunch of friends who watch me on Twitch or hung out in other ways. Now I'm sharing this next part because it's very relevant to the story. I'm what's known as an ace arrow, or arrow ace, or whatever, as in biologically I've experienced no romantic attraction whatsoever. As a woman, this is kind of handy to be able to tell people in an online community because you know what some Discord guys can be like. And if I introduce myself as not even the slightest possibility, I found it to become a little easier to avoid those situations. Not totally, but to a point. And then came a certain member of the community who we'll just call Rustin. He sort of lurked around mostly, adding his thoughts on things here and there, asking if he could join us for group gaming nights sometimes, which he did, although he didn't have a microphone. One day, out of the blue, I received a huge DM from him, like thousands of words long. So at first I'm thinking, okay, I know exactly what's coming, should I even bother to read this? But I did, and yes, it was exactly what I expected. A weird and unwarranted confession of love. Normally, I'd be sympathetic towards these types of things. It's not everybody's fault that they find me hot and attractive. This is story 2. Whatever happened to 22 Pilots? They killed one of them. They played at least one song from every album from Vessel forward. It was honestly a pretty good set. Nice, dude. Dude, traveling around playing music has got to be so fucking exhausting, honestly. I feel like I would never actually get any, like, legitimate sleep, and my immune system would just be, like, dead. I'd be so exhausted from touring. It's not other people's faults that I'm ace arrow and have about as much interest in physical contact with another person as I do with a meat grinder. Now I try and be really nice about it, even though I'm very open and upfront publicly that I'm not looking and never will be looking. And the heart wants what the heart wants, though. However, Rustin's logic wasn't just that he had a crush on me. He said we were soulmates. We were destined to be together. Things could definitely work between us, and he knew because we had the same niche, specific tastes in things that indicated that we were soulmates. Now, I won't bore you with all of them, but some of the funnier ones were that we both played the X-Files FMV game on PlayStation 1 as kids, and then later the X-Files Resist or Serve on PlayStation 2. But even bigger proof that we were destined to be together, we had both played obscure survival horror games such as Ghost Vibration on PS2. Sure, buddy, I get that not many people have played that game because it was crap and the main character looks like a cross between Howdy Doody and Tommy Taffy. If you know, you know. But that did not mean that we were soulmates. But then came the kicker. We had both played the very original Blair Witch Project game on PC, the one that connected to the Nocturne universe. If this is sounding incredibly nerdy, well, that's because it is. I'm a horror fan and a horror game developer. A friend of mine in the same field is part of the Let's Read community and encouraged me to send the story over, in fact. So it's kind of my job to play these things. So like, yeah, okay, these were some pretty strange coincidences. Sure. Should make a book with these stories. People would definitely buy it. You know, we're currently talking to like a publisher, and maybe like throwing together some fictional stories for something like that. But then I was talking to the publisher, and they said that people within like the literary world are not super interested in anthologies. Did you guys know this? That anthologies are like not as popular as you would anticipate? But I feel like anthologies are huge. I mean, my channel's an anthology kind of thing. You know, No Sleep Podcast is anthology. If you've ever watched like a Love, Death, and Robots, I mean, that's pretty much an anthology. Tales from the Crypt is an anthology. I don't know. I feel like anthologies are just more, I mean, even like all of Lovecraft, like if you ever get the Necronomicon, which like compiles all of Lovecraft's like short stories, right? It's an anthology of shit, you know? I just don't really understand why people wouldn't necessarily be into like a compilation of just short stories that may or may not be horror or whatever. I bought a handful of anthology books and never end up reading most of them. Why is that? Is it just like but I mean, like, why would you be more inclined to read a much like longer story as opposed to an anthology compilation? You have both of the Necronomicons? I thought there was just one. Grimm's Fairy Tales? Yeah, exactly. The data says they don't sell, but I've always argued that this is because publishers don't put the same marketing budget behind them. I mean, my whole like if we end up using my channel and like other horror channels, like channels to like promote some type of book that's an anthology, I could 100% see it popping off that way a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, I genuinely don't see why. I don't know. I don't see why people wouldn't be into it. I buy for one story or one author and can't get myself to care about the rest. Oh, okay. It has to be like the same author. What if the author was like, you know, did the anthology? What if Bozo did the dub? So like, yeah, okay, these were some pretty strange coincidences that we'd played and enjoyed those 4 obscure games, but that obviously did not mean that we were soulmates or that somehow being with Rustin could cure me of the fact that I am not biologically or romantically attracted to people. Like, I'm not talking not that interested or rarely in the mood. I mean, I am not. No amount of X-Files FMV games is going to change that. But then the message got even more insane. He told me that despite all of this, he knew that we couldn't be together because he'd heard me on stream laughing at jokes made by another member of the community, and he could tell that we were in love. He said that he had a sixth sense for these things, and he knew that me and this other guy had something going on, and he didn't want to get in the way of that. The reason he was telling me all of this was to apologize in advance if he seemed moody or angry with me going forward. One, the guy he was talking about was my effing brother, Alex, who guested on my streams a couple of times. So yeah, good sixth sense, buddy. I guess Rustin hadn't been logged on or conveniently ignored the multiple times that we mentioned that Alex was my sibling, or maybe he thought because we're adopted siblings that didn't count or something. Gross. Dude, he's my brother. This was all just really weirding me out at this point. But basically, this huge essay was a lengthy excuse to just guilt trip me and explain why he was going to be rude to me in the community going forward. I didn't want that, so as polite as I could put it, I sent him a message saying that this was all a little much for me and crossed many of my boundaries, and I wasn't comfortable having someone around me or my friends who'd behave this way towards me, so I think I'm going to have to remove him from the server and ban him. I asked him to confirm that he'd seen the message with a thumbs up and then blocked him. And now, fast forward to a year. I was hiring for a small indie game my friend was working on, and I was helping him out as an art director and scouting for talent for the role. I put out a call on various platforms looking for people to help him out, and one really stood out. Their CV said that they were a 23-year-old non-binary Austrian femme-presenting artist, and their work was genuinely fantastic, really damn good art, and they were local, which meant that they could come into our co-working space for an in-person interview. Wonderful, I thought. My friend would be thrilled, and so was I. I emailed back and forth with this artist who agreed a date and time to come in and meet with me. It was just me in the office that day because the game director got called away on some urgent business, and this was an... I love your channel because your voice, I could listen to you reading nonsense for hours and then hyped about. Oh, thank you, Hannah. Appreciate that. On my ASMR channel, I actually do have like a one where I just kind of read gobbledygook words. It still seems to work. So are we ever going to get the pretty plush toy? I don't know. I guess I could try it and see what happens. Is that all people would want? Just like a pretty plush toy? I don't even know if I can do my astronaut thing, honestly. You would never release a toy of your pets. That makes sense. Because what if they do some voodoo shit to a man? I have an ASMR channel. Yeah, I only did like 4 videos on it, but they did pretty good. It's just Let's Read ASMR. And I do the voodoo over there too. It was just me in the office that day because the game director got called away on some urgent business. There was a knock on the door and a person entered. I checked the time and yeah, this should have been my meeting with the artist. Now, I'm not trying to be judgmental about people's appearances. If they say they're femme-presenting and maybe don't quite fit what I picture as femme-presenting, okay. But when the 23-year-old non-binary femme-presenting artist looks, sounds, and is dressed like a 43-year-old balding, bearded man from Milwaukee, even I have my limits. He wore a Guns N' Roses t-shirt that stretched at the seams over his hairy beer gut. He looked like Kyle Gass from Tenacious D if he'd gained 100 pounds, lived in a van for 6 months, and hadn't showered. He smelled like it too. And he just sort of strides in, closed the door behind him, and I didn't notice it, but he locked it, and took a seat on the other side of my desk uninvited. I asked if I could help him, and he said his name was Amelie? Do you eat into the mic for ASMR? Yeah, I mean, you just kind of whisper, and you're like, hey, what the fuck's going on? Cincinnati, we're about to fuck your shit up, let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna stage dive now, get ready, here I go. 3, 2, 1, jump. How do I say this name? Amelie? I feel like I was watching that movie Amelie and I could not make it through it. Was the boyfriend ASMR with Mr. Ballin? It should be coming out any day now. They're allocating over $500 million to it. Amelie. 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 Okay. What's up, May? How am I? I'm doing good, honestly. Doing good, feeling good, life is good. I asked if I could help him, and he said he was Amelie, the artist, here about the job. Now, of course, alarm bells were ringing. So I'm thinking, you're a 23-year-old Austrian person, and he just nodded and said yes in a very obviously American accent. What the hell should I do? I was terrified of being slapped by some I asked him if I could help him, and He said he was Amelie, the artist here about the job. Of course, alarm bells were ringing, so I say, "You're a 23-year-old Austrian person." And he nodded and said yes in a very obviously American accent. What the hell should I do? I was terrified of being slapped by some discrimination lawsuit or something, but this chunky-ass bearded man clearly was not a 23-year-old Austrian femme. Then I noticed a tattoo on his wrist. It was the stick figure from the Blair Witch Project, and a sinking feeling suddenly washed over me. I'd never seen him in person back in the day, but he had sent a photo of his Blair Witch tattoo. Yeah, you've already worked out who this person is, right? Right. It's Rustin. It's old Rusty Trombone. Hey, May, welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Is the boyfriend channel a joke? Are you serious? I'm serious. Ballin Studios is allocating over $200 million to just straight boyfriend ASMR projects. That's the big shift. That's the big shakeup at Amazon Studios and Wandery. They see the market. They see the writing on the wall. It's all anybody's been asking for. We're also starting a K-pop band. You're one of my favorite YouTubers, Mr. Wallace. My husband's favorite. So you're hyped for the collab. Thank you. Yeah. I don't quite remember. Did they say they're going to keep what's it called? Twist of History up, or are they going to take it down? ASMR define, please. ASMR is just a bunch of squeaking and squelching noises. Like if you took a bunch of like Vaseline between your fingers and toes and just started squarping. That's what you're gonna get. A twist of a boyfriend. A nipple twist of a boyfriend. That'd be a great ASMR channel name. The Squelching. And it's like a horror. You should make a horror ASMR channel. That'd be really funny. How does that not exist yet? Horror ASMR. Are there even any new ASMR channels that come into existence? I remember, like, dude, back in the day, if you were even like remotely attractive as like a woman, you could just make an ASMR channel and have like 50,000 subscribers by the end of the week with your face on camera just like eating bananas or whatever the fuck. Now I wonder if it's even possible. Have you tried the Oreo Reese's? I think I did. And I think they were good. Yeah. I think it seemed like everybody was popping off in the ASMR realm for a while there. Okay, where were we? Yeah, you've already worked out who this is, right? Rustin. He saw me looking at that God damn it. He saw me looking at the tattoo and was, well, I guess the jig was up. And so I asked him straight up, did he catfish me as an Austrian femme in her 20s just to meet me? Rustin then leans towards me and said that he knew once I saw him and we made eye contact, I'd realize that we were soulmates, that the connection would unlock something in me and I'd no longer be broken in the ways that I was, and the power of our connection would fix me. I was furious, so I stood up and stormed to the door and attempted to leave, and that's when I realized that he'd locked it. Luckily, it was just one of those catches that you flick. It's just one of those beans you can flick. Out of the way, little bean. Joel, you sound burnt out. Everything all good? I sound burnt out. I don't know. I feel pretty neutral, I guess. But I am primed and ready for an elated mood. Hence why I'm waiting for you guys to... My entire mood rests on the next thing you guys say to me. Will I laugh? Will I cry? The choice is yours. Overwatch. Ah! Dude, hearing about Overwatch, it's like such a freeing sensation to know that I never have to... It's like hearing about Overwatch is like hearing about those cringe-ass toys you used to collect from McDonald's when you were younger and like cry because your older brother broke them in half or something. And now you're just like, whatever. Sell those at a garage sale, bro. Am I done with my gym stress? I'm technically not done with my gym stress. It's just like it was basically putting a lot of stuff together and realizing that my business partner should be as far away from finances as possible. And basically I just have to like put out enough fires and keep the business going until we can get out of our lease in like 3 years. So so you'll hear from me again in the year 2028, whether that's done. But the funny thing is, my gym partner is such a fucking bonehead asshole that didn't tell me that he had taken out like multiple loans for the gym, but didn't tell me about them. And I was made none's aware. And it's just like, and then the one that we took out was pulling like 20% out of like every fucking purchase, right? And then there was another like Amex card. It's just so much stupid shit. And where I'm just like, holy fuck, we pay these down and suddenly we like make money. I mean, he did lie to me. There's some other shit that he's done that just, I don't know, just really pisses me off. But I don't want to like bring all the issues to him like in individual segments. I want to like drop the hammer all at one time with all of the shit that he's done. It's just weird to me. Like some people just, you give them the fucking like world and they'll just piss it away because they're fucking stupid. So we can come visit. Yeah, I mean, you can come. I need members there. Taking the court. Dude, he's poor. That's one thing I realize is like, don't give poor people money. As bad as that sounds, like when poor people are in like positions of desperation, they make probably the worst decisions and you're never going to like get any of that back. Am I still going to be friends with him? I don't know, man. I mean, like, I'm a pretty forgiving guy. And honestly, spiritually, I would forgive him. But I would forgive him so much more if he would just fucking if he would have just communicated his issues, if he would have communicated his wrongdoings, I would have been so much more quicker to forgive, right? I mean, I still am, because what the hell, you know, spiritually speaking, like, what are you supposed to hold on to all of your gold into the next life? I don't think so. But I don't know. At the same time, it's just like, he claims that he didn't tell me because of like pride and embarrassment and all this kind of stuff, and it's just like, I think you're foolish. I think you're a fucking scammer. I think you're a genuine fucking scammer. He's a narcissist, could admit things were going wrong. I guess so. I mean, he might not even know. No, it's not my brother. The weird thing is, though, he's like similar age to my brother, so he's quite a bit older than me, and he was my pastor too, and that's why we even got into this. He was like my old pastor, but like we would work out together and shit as like buddies. It was a romance scam, yeah. He catfished me. Never trust pastors. I know, right? It genuinely makes me wonder, like, maybe some people are actually psychopathic and like they kind of like use the spiritual stuff to just like get as far as they can in life while doing next to nothing. Because the only reason he started his own church like long ago was because he'd had disagreements with the previous church that he was in. So if you think about it, it's kind of like a weird sense of like pride in relation to, you know, those differences. And I don't even recall the church that he was in as being like any, you know, contentious or bad or anything like that. So I don't know. He just seems like a guy who like desires control, but just like you give him too much and he puts gasoline on it and lights on fire. He tried to sell me a Labubu, yeah. We are now selling Labubus in the gym. Lafufus. Lafubus. What did he do to you, though? You're saying really... Well, basically, it's like I was the primary capital investment into the gym, right? But then, after all that was put in there, I'm getting nothing back for it, and I've like lost a substantial amount of money, and he's taken all these random loans out, and we're like randomly like 5 months behind on like rent, and he didn't tell me about it, and my landlord didn't tell me about it either. So I'm just like, I literally have to just like go in there, restructure everything, put someone that I trust to just like basically mitigate my losses till the end of the fucking lease is over, and hopefully try to run a business that's not fucking like burning from the inside. I know I should have just started on my own. I don't know, it seemed fun. Forensic accounting. I mean, I had my normal accountant like kind of like go through everything, because there's really only like a few areas to pull from, and he says for the most part he thinks that he's just stupid, and that not so much nefarious, I suppose, even though there are some things that I'm still like, what the fuck? Take him to court even though he doesn't have anything. When he does, he'll get your money. Nah, it's like I don't want to ruin a person's life, you know. Especially if it's just going to put, you know what I mean, like them in a position where their life is over. I don't know, I'm just not really like that, I suppose. Because if I'm really being honest with you, you have to ask yourself, like, who's really at fault here? The guy who's an idiot, or the idiot me who put an idiot in charge? You know, because in like the hierarchy of stuff, like if we were in like the military or something, I mean, I'd be the one that had to like step down. And it's just going to cost more money anyways, getting like lawyers involved. They're fucking con artists, and they'll just drain you for as much as they can while like you taking them out to fucking breakfast. Why did I pick him? Well, he had experience. It was his idea, just to clarify. And he had experience in like managing gyms. But I guess, you know, just all of those things in combination, it was just like biting off way more than you can chew. And then the amount that was necessary to get the capital going just like built. And I just kind of went along with it and thought it was more of like the sunk cost fallacy. I'm like, well, I can't stop now. And I still kind of am in that situation, but I'm also like tied to the lease. And I really don't want to get like sued by my landlord, because he'll get his money one way or another, kind of thing. Alex J, welcome back for 43 months. Says, hey Joel, hope everything is good with you. Thank you, Alex. Good to see you. But it just made me realize, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess I was open-minded to try something like that, but it just, if you guys ever come into possession of any degree of like finances, just be fucking careful. Like, you will honestly realize that like your friends, your family, your friend's family, every fucking one of them will come out of the woodwork like looking for some fucking form of handout. Every single one of them will come out of nowhere being like, I've got a great business idea. Like, do not follow through with any of it unless you like look over their ideas with a fine tooth comb, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm just going to do from now on. I normally don't make financial errors in my life, but this was one of those ones where it was like loosely spiritual, so I don't know, I guess it was just God's way of humbling me in a sense of just being like, well, I have no fucking clue, to be honest. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Yeah, you gotta have boundaries with people, no matter how much they try to guilt you too. And that's the worst part is, like, I mean, some people genuinely, especially when they're like, if they're previously in your life as like sort of an authority figure, an older sibling, a family member, all this kind of stuff, like, there are people who, when you come into a state of financial success, they honestly believe that your money is their money. That's what they believe. You can't, like, I don't know. They just, like, believe it because you're the younger one. You give me that, actually. I'll take it from here. You're the Dumbo, you know? I know, they're, like, entitled to narcissistic poop heads. And yeah, you just have to kind of ignore it, I guess, if you want to maintain. And the worst part are, like, people who, like, see that you have money and they've never had money, they think your money is infinite. Like, they can't contemplate in their mind how much is a lot of money. To them, a lot of money is, you're the same as fucking Mr. Beast to them. You might as well be a fucking billionaire. You know, it's ridiculous. Bruh moment. No, honestly, I agree with your take on that. Getting out of the lease would be the hard part, but I'm sure having a lawyer. It's just, at this point, my strategy is basically run the business well, make enough that we're not losing money each month, potentially making some, write my losses off on taxes appropriately, obviously, and then just, you know, run the business until we're either successful or, you know, done with the lease in 3 years or whatever. Mr. Least. So a small loan of $1 million I'm looking for, and you can be a real estate tycoon in New York. Unfortunately, my friend Effrey Jepstein will be coming around to talk to you on behest of a royal family. Luckily, it was just one of those catches that you flick, but as I was trying to unlock it, Rustin was up on his feet and grabbing me. He pulled me away from the door, surprisingly gently, and whispered in my ear that as soon as I felt him against me, as soon as our bodies touched, I'd understand. Let's just say it was one of the scariest and least pleasant experiences of my life. There certainly was no awakening. I had been Arrow Ace before. Is that how you say that, Arrow Ace? Or is it Ara Ace? I guess I don't really care because nobody else is going to know. I drive a McLaren, you're not broke. I don't drive a McLaren, bro. Honestly, I've never, like, had a luxury car, nor have I really been into, like, cars overall. All I'm saying are good. You says a good, boy. I look homeless and some days I refuse to wear deodorant around the desperates. Around the desperates. I can't let them know that I have $73 in my bank account. They're like, what the fuck you mean you don't have any change? You smell like you showered. Hand it over, bitch. What's my ride? I can't tell you. I'm sorry. I don't want nobody looking for me. Tanzania. Short for aromatic. Oh, aromantic. The aromatic sexual deviant. The stinkiest sex pervert you've ever met. There's also people who are only sexually attracted to homeless people. They're called homosexuals. You may have never heard of that before. It's a new Twitter term. If I'd been Arrow Ace before, then Rustin's touch had somehow sent my romance interest into the negative figures. I told him that no, sorry, I didn't feel it, and if he didn't let go of me right the frick now, he was going to feel something very unwelcome. I was absolutely trembling and shaking with fear inside, though, and my threat squeaked out like my threat squeak. Squeak! Jennifer welcome to the Buttersuckle. You now have access to bonus content, the hobosexual. I don't know. I just don't like people unless I know they they sleep under cardboard at night. It's kind of a power dynamic thing, like knowing that the person that's reliant upon you used to be like a peasant. It's kind of like a sort of an Aladdin dynamic, you know? They call it reverse Aladdin. Did I see the SpaceX launch? I didn't know. Was it freaking sick nasty? Freaking sick ass rocket launch? The one where it's like filled with water and you like stick your foot on it and shoots up in the air 15 feet. Like a limp wiener. You knew a girl who was gay to stay. Is that homosexual? Gay to stay. Oh, like they were gay to... What? If you're gay, you can stay. They're like, what the fuck is a bath bomb? The Big Dipper, thank you too, dude. Love you too. Good to see you. I was absolutely trembling and shaking with fear, and my threat squeaked out like a mouse on helium, so I don't think it threatened him very much. I did get a burst of strength, though, because the idea of this repulsive, evil Father Christmas doing something unspeakable to me was just too much. I fumbled for the door lock while also banging on it, screaming for help, I fumbled for the door lock while also banging on it, screaming for help, hoping some of the other people who used the co-working spaces were in the office that day. The security guy on the door had been around at least because someone had let Rustin up, and I managed to get the door open and fled, with Rustin thundering behind me. Now for a big man, he was fast, although it sounded like he was really physically struggling. We were on the 4th floor of this rented co-working space, so I had the genius idea to run down the stairs. I was pretty fit, and he was not, so maybe this would slow him down. I underestimated his determination, though, because by the time I reached the 3rd floor, still calling for help, it sounded like Rustin was getting closer, if anything. I decided to turn and risk looking back, and that's when I saw him sort of leap or fall. I don't know. He just sort of flung himself belly first down the stairs towards me, maybe trying to land on me like John Cena on meth or something. Unfortunately, I sidestepped that, and he bounced against the wall and then stumbled at the top of the stairs. And then this guy bounced, tumbled, and fell down 2 flights of stairs, screeching and yowling in pain the entire time. Now, despite myself, I was kind of worried that he was going to actually break his neck, so I ended up chasing down after him just in time to see him face plant on the floor. And then suddenly, other people showed up, bursting in through the stairwell door asking what the hell was going on because they thought they heard a noise. I told building security everything, who then called the cops. Rustin was not in good shape. He ended up having some broken ribs, a broken arm, and worst of all, his Guns N' Roses t-shirt had split from throat to sternum, and I'm pretty sure that was a genuine 80s artifact. Now anyway, it was kind of hard to get any crime to really stick on him. He'd only mildly assaulted me, which I did press charges for, and it was enough to get a restraining order against him too, but I think the amount of people who told him that they'd make sure his life wasn't worth living if he came after me again was enough to keep him away. Hopefully he no longer thinks we're soulmates, and I can tell you one thing, being grouped and grabbed by a guy that most certainly did not change my mind on having no desire to date. Okay. You need a beer. I wouldn't mind a beer right now. Imagine me being a little bit wine drunk. Can you guys imagine that? Instead of me being drunk on Diet Cokes. Are these online catfish stories? These are just, I think, general catfish stories, even though this one seemed to relate to being internet related. I found my Joel mate. Everyone's Joel mate, where they mate with a guy named Joel. And create an awesome child support check. I had so many beer this week, and I'm forcing myself to, at least for the weekend. What are you forcing yourself to? To drink more. I remember there's a show titled Catfish where the people's experiences when getting fat should like a reality. Yeah, I was always curious if all those were like legit. Like, how would they even be able to know to like follow along and like film somebody in the midst of getting catfished? Oh, I shot back a glass of wine last night. I didn't expect to go down that quickly. Oh my god, I need another whole bottle. A Jolamite sandwich. Crocheting a new top instead of working on my 10-hour whips. What's a whip? WIPs. Your wiggle imp pussy. They sometimes get duped and they document it every steps. Yeah, that's kind of, how do they just like happen to like make that? How do they know? Christina, thank you. Need to ask my mom for her weird old blind date story. The nuns at her college hooked her up with a blind date and the guy literally thought he was the Messiah. Hey, he might have been. There's still time. And I can tell you one thing. Being grabbed by that guy most certainly did not change my mind on having no desire to date. The biggest, the largest. The biggest, largest. Yeah. How long does it take you to read a story I just submitted? Probably 6 years. I'll get to it, hopefully. It's got to go through the CIA first to make sure it's approved by the board, the council of the Illuminati. We're a little crazy. They see the duck game. I did. I saw Pennsylvania State University facing off against Oregon University. Honestly, dude, that game kind of made me wonder if like sports betting, like this whole year with football to a degree, has made me wonder if like sports betting has completely fucked like college and NFL football, because obviously NFL was always a thing, but now with like the NIL and the fact that the schools can give all these like brand deals and shit to, you know, all these players, you just wonder to yourself, like, I mean, like I saw like when Penn State started making like a comeback in the fourth quarter, that was kind of, I mean, it was impressive, some of those throws, but it seemed a little sussy-wussy, I guess. Mayonnaise. I don't know. I'm overthinking everything. Everything seems scripted. It felt a little bit like that. I mean, obviously they do a good job. Do I ever bet? I don't bet. Honestly, betting makes me like sick. And the idea that I know that I'm probably like prone to just like being addicted to anything like everybody else is makes me even more sick. To know that like at some point some type of like random vice could just like sweep me up and I'll end I don't know, just some degenerate in a fucking gas station sitting there all day. Green Bay and Cowboys ended in a tie tonight. That's hilarious. I know the Cowboys, didn't they donate their linebacker, Mr. Mikael Parsons, to Green Bay? Dallas Cowboys, Green Bay. That was the big game tonight, wasn't it? 40-40, final overtime. That's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious. I don't think there should be allowed to be ties, honestly. Micah Parsons, not Mikael. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Vegas had Penn State by 3 points. Yeah, but I guess it still hit the spread, didn't it, or something like that? I don't know. Some of these games this year have just been strange, and I go to like places like, you know, go out to eat with friends, and some of the friends I'm hanging out with, like I haven't really hung out with them in a long time, and I sit there and listen to them talk about their fantasy football team and how like their sports betting comes down specifically to like X player getting 150 yards tonight and receiving and what, and I'm just like, I just want to be like, shut the fuck up. Oh my God, I do not care. It's your fucking addiction that has completely ruined any of the integrity of this sports entertainment that we are here to watch and that people train their entire existence for. And I have to listen to your bullshit talking about fucking rushing yards for Mr. Magulahe. You know, it's just like, no one cares, man. Just play the game. Penn's QB threw it right at a dude for interception. If I recall correctly, Oregon beat Penn State last year due to an interception from that same quarterback. So it seems like he just sucks. Sorry, I feel bad putting young kids down. I'm sure they're out there trying their hardest and stuff, but it is what it is. This story happened to my aunt back when she was in her 40s. This was around 1998. Webcams weren't... Jesus, I can't read, can I? This was around 1998. Webcams weren't a thing that many people had back then, and people like my beloved aunt, who was always pretty technologically savvy, used to use IRC chat rooms and these AOL chat rooms you'd have access to by being an American Online customer. Now, I'm not sure exactly how she met this guy. She just says a chat room and can't remember further details. The guy claimed to be a pretty successful author, and my aunt's always been attracted to literary intelligence, so they struck up some type of friendship. And she kept pushing him to tell him some of the things he'd written, though, and he wouldn't. And he sort of playfully refused and promised her that one day he'd tell her the truth, but not yet. Eventually, a budding online romance developed between the two of them, and this was back in the days before meeting romantic partners online was remotely advisable, so she knew that she was taking a pretty big risk. She lived in Toronto and he lived in Nashville, and they were talking about her flying out to meet him. Now, she kind of gave him a bit of a ribbing again and said how that she could... Oh, God. Julie, you say young kid like yourself aren't still young. Bro, I'm 35. Like, I feel bad as a 35-year-old man saying that like a 21-year-old kid fucking sucks ass, you know? And throws fucking interceptions like an idiot. But at the same time, you know, that's what they get paid for. So it's crazy. It's actually crazy, all those NIL deals and all that kind of stuff. You're very young, Joel. You don't have gray hair yet. You just got gray pubes. Gray pubes and gray ass hair, that's the only thing. It just creates like a full pubic hair bikini around my entire body. I can just walk outside and nobody has any idea. New 25, nice. 40's the new 25. That's what I said. I said, people don't realize your 20s don't begin until you're 56. Until you've matured a little bit and had some time to find yourself, and then it begins. But when you're 56 and your 20s have just started, it's actually you moving to the Philippines and chasing skirts. That's when you've really found yourself as a real man. 30's the new 13, guys. Just how ibuprofen shows its wonders in your late 30s. Remember I said that. Should I whip out some ibuprofen? All the unks are taking a road trip to the Philippines. Oh. Felt like you were 17 to 35. I don't know. I wonder what that means, honestly. Some people's brains are just like different. And I remember like seeing like all those guys who like get on steroids and stuff. It really does apparently age your brain quite a bit. 30's the new 13, David's quote. Dude, that shit was fucking nuts. You guys brought up the whole David rapper guy thing, so I looked it up. That shit was psycho, bro. Like absolutely psycho shit. And I'm curious how that's all gonna play out. Jonah, welcome back for 9 months. Joel, please wish me luck tomorrow. I'm moving to Tulsa. I lost my cat and dog and my job. Oh, your job and home during a breakup. Then I fell in love with a girl and now I have to move states. All right, brother. Good luck to you. I would say maybe deliberating over that a little bit, maybe with some family first, and yeah. Yeah, the David thing, I guess David is like a rapper, right? But he like met a little girl who was 11 years old and had like, I don't know how old, I think how old was the David guy? In his like 20s or something? And then he met like a little girl who was 11 years old. 11. And fucking, I don't know, like somehow was able to, I don't even know, get her to go to shows and had some sort of disgusting relationship type thing. And then when she turned, and then she disappeared from home, I think around like 13, 14, right? And then I don't even know, like his car ended up at some like, where did his car end up? But basically her body was found in the trunk of his car and she was like, yeah, she died at 14. So I guess presumably he killed her, but I guess we don't know the complete details as of yet, but it's seeming to point in that direction. Just fucking wild. His car was a half block from his house. Yeah. The fuck? I don't even know. And she was probably pregnant. I haven't heard the update on that. Oh my god. Fucking double homicide shit. I assume he's arrested. Yeah, I'm not really sure. The dude was on tour though. He's officially not a suspect. What? He's officially not a suspect? So you think he had somebody else kill her, or like, but it was his car? What? He's still out there posting on YouTube? Holy fuck. Wait a second. Ain't no way. Would I do salvia? No, I would never do salvia. I heard that's like drive you crazy type shit. Let's see. David. I would assume, you would think, did YouTube step in to get rid of his, oh, there it is. I feel like until the case is figured out, you would think YouTube would step in to maybe like deactivate his channel for a little bit, but Jesus. Fortnite montage. Oh my god. Rest in peace, Celeste. I hope your family receives justice and the man behind it goes away forever. Locked behind bars. David has been seen playing Fortnite a few days ago, by the way. Jesus Christ. All the brand deals he took, his picture's down already. Yikes. Police released the car back to him. Wouldn't think he would... What? So, like, what's the explanation? Like, how did his car end up with the body of a girl he was seen with? Here's another friend who's of age named Celeste too, the same as the young girl, so it's all even more confusing. Is he saying, what? They met through Fortnite? What the fuck? Teleportation? Ugh. I don't even know. What's up, Nate? She gave him crap again, saying, how could she prove that he was who he said he was? And he had sent a few scans of some photos, but they didn't look like any famous authors that she knew, and besides, he said, nobody knew what he supposedly looked like as an author, which wasn't too uncommon back then before social media. What he did send her, though, was redacted scans of his bank account, which she swears to this day appeared to be legitimate. He certainly had money, and whether it came from being an author or not was another matter, but that part didn't seem to be a lie. Nor was it a lie when she received a plane ticket in the mail, paid for in his real name, as well as a deposit sent to her bank account for travel expenses. He told my aunt he genuinely loved her and wanted to be with her, and she believed him and felt the same. So my aunt was all set up to fly out to Nashville, at the airport, ready and excited, when suddenly an unexpected flash storm hit. It delayed the flight by an entire day, and she was extremely stressed because she needed to get this information to her man. And we should probably give him a name, actually, so I guess I'll just call him Alan because that's what he said his name actually was. Now, eventually, things were arranged that my aunt was given accommodation in a hotel overnight, and from there, she tried to call Alan on the landline that she had for him, but nobody was picking up. It made sense because right about now her plane should have been landing, and he would have been there to meet her at the airport. She could only hope that the airport itself would inform people that the flight from Toronto to Nashville had been delayed and would be landing the following afternoon. She left a message on his answering machine, but since she was still calling from a hotel room landline, she had no idea what number to give him to call her back. He didn't call back, but she took the flight anyway and hoped that he'd be there when he landed. Needless to say, there was no sign of Alan. She waited around for a while, hoping he'd showed up, but... Go, Joel. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Has anyone watched Peacemaker Season 2 latest? It was freaking crazy. I saw a meme pop up for Peacemaker, and... No, it's not my birthday. I promise. I promise you. Scary stories of different dimensions. Dimensiones. June fart. Alright, thankfully my aunt didn't have an address for him. Wait, okay. He didn't call back. Okay, yeah, that's where I'm at. I hate to leave at such an interesting peak point, but I gotta go to bed. It's been such an amazing time to sleep well. Hey, thank you, Hannah. You too. Take care. Joel, I moved my weight bench into my office. You should try it. Your weight bench? What's a weight bench? Like your... Does it have like weights on it already? What's up, Gunner? My Marcy Pro, dude. Come on. Your Marcy Pro. His bench waits upon him. Oh, like free weights. That's cool. So what, you like just like a bench where you like do bench press and some other stuff? Just sitting there taking a phone call with like 405 on your back. He didn't call back, but she took the flight anyway and hoped that he'd be there when she landed. Needless to say, there was no sign of Alan. She waited around for a while, hoping that he'd show up, but he didn't. Thankfully, my aunt didn't have an address for him. It wasn't a cheap cab ride, but she took it, and his house was... or did have an address. He didn't call back, but she took the flight anyway and hoped that he'd be there when she landed. Needless to say, there was no sign of Alan, and she waited around for a while hoping he'd show up, but he didn't. Thankfully, my aunt did have an address for him, and it wasn't a cheap cab ride, but she took it. His house was pretty modest, a single-story building that didn't really give away the fact that the owner was rich, this successful author, but it didn't really rule it out either. My aunt tried knocking, looking through the window, looking for a spare key or anything, and eventually an elderly neighbor came out and asked her what the heck she was up to. Now my aunt kind of broke down crying and told them everything. The elderly neighbor was kind of cagey about everything, which you can't really blame her for, but when my aunt showed up, I have a theory every pop artist who releases alter ego themed music albums are psychos, David Garth Brooks and more. Oh, okay. So you just have to be like yourself. I mean, I do think that, like, sometimes people say you can, like, actually find a stronger degree of confidence if you go out into public and just pretend you're somebody else or some type of alter ego, but I'm like, yeah, but doesn't that just, like, trying to, like, not exist in your own reality kind of, like, breed a degree of, like, mental illness, kind of? Like, if you're not existing in reality, that's definitively some aspect of going crazy, right? What's up, Christian Rodriguez? Dress Pradeep up as a cop for Halloween. I'll send him around the neighborhood patrolling. Would I try ceremonial tobacco? It's like a different plant in the Nicotiana family, rustica. It's really easy to grow. Yeah, I'd love that. That sounds amazing. Sit around and just listen to stories. And then in the morning we wake and we hunt. We hunt for scalps. The elderly neighbor was kind of held back. Whoops, what am I saying? Jesus. The elderly neighbor was kind of weird about it, which you can't blame her for. But when my aunt showed her the photo of Alan that she had, which she'd mailed her, in the actual mail back then, the 90s were wild, the neighbor confirmed that that was the man who lived in the house. However, his name wasn't Alan. That didn't necessarily prove anything. People do use different names, so my aunt asked the neighbor lady about whether this guy was an author, and my aunt says that she clearly started to say yes, but then backed down and changed her mind and said no. No, he worked some job that she didn't know about. My aunt decided to stay in a hotel on her own dime for a few more days, calling Alan repeatedly, and eventually his answering machine said it was full and she couldn't leave any further messages. Now, heartbroken, my aunt returned to Canada. Thankfully, she was able to get her return ticket shifted to earlier, and she never heard from Alan again. Now, I grew up hearing the story. I'd been a little kid when it happened, and just knew that my aunt had found someone, and then later that things had just gone wrong. Mom told me some very brief variants of it over the years, but eventually in the mid-2000s, my aunt cornered me at a Thanksgiving dinner and told me that she wanted to share the whole story because she knew that I was into mysteries and true crime and things like that, and something had never sat right with her about the whole thing. So the story that I've just told you is the story she told me, and it really did sound like she'd been catfished. But the thing that really struck. The world is bound for a societal tectonic shift of epic proportion. Do you think so? All of the tectonics at once? It's really a nice smoke, but it smells bad when you cure and ferment it. I guess all tobacco does, but this is a wild stank. So you're saying all tobacco is cured and fermented? Is that how they do it? I guess that would make sense. But that specific breed? Specific brand made for breeding? You could send me a leaf if you have a P.O. box. That would be sweet. What did I do this weekend? What did I do? I feel like I hung out with people. I watched football. I worked out Friday. And today I was hanging out with my buddy and his kids. That was fun. I don't even know, man. Could work out every day with an office gym, Joel. This is true. But I do work out, like 4 days a week anyways, and when I get in there, I just, kind of, that's my designated place to work out, Do I work out my hips? Yeah, I guess I technically do. I've been doing a lot of like the hip thrusting machine, you know, where you build up your ass and stuff. And I guess like really all those like leg stuff does work out the hips. Fermentation and curing is why it gives most tobacco its brown color and deeper taste and smell. Interesting. I wonder how they even figured out, like, if it just like sat under a fire for like a long time till they're like, ew, what's that brown goop? And someone's like, you should put that in a pipe and fucking smoke it, bro. Yeah, I'm working on my front glutes. No workouts on the weekend. I mean, I guess I go on walks and stuff, but I usually take a time on the weekend to not do any lifting or whatever. What's the name of your machine? The BBL machine? I don't know. The one that you hump into. It's pretty new. I never really did anything like that before. And one of my favorites, like, exercises, though, is the hack squat. That shit is just tough. Like, you really just, like, can go all out on that. Obviously, you go all out with, like, squatting in general, but something about the hack squat can just, like, keep going. Hackenschmittenstein's favorite. Yeah. You hate the hack squat? How come? I just love that you, like, I feel like I'm, like, locked inside of, like, a Gundam warrior. Oh, you know how, like, you might see, like, some gym memes. I don't know if any of you guys have any, like, editing abilities or anything, but I just always thought it'd be really funny if that one, like, hamstring curl machine where you just, like, look really sus as you, like, lay in it with your ass up and you're, like, curling the weight towards you. And I just want someone to, like, take a picture of me on that, and it's, like, how I feel when I get into this thing, and it just, like, it shows me and it, like, fades to, like, Diva, you know, Diva from Overwatch, whenever she's, like, in her mech. Because if you see her inside of her fucking mech, she's, like, literally, like, face first with her, like, ass up. I'm just like, who the fuck designed that for her? What absolute pervert did that? You attempted the hack squat last week, immediately gave up. Interesting. I mean, I assume you'd probably do, like, a weight that's reasonable, or at least just, like, the baseline. Oh, yeah, get it, twin. Imagine if you were just at, like, a commercial gym and somebody slapped your ass on the hamstring curl, but it gave you inspiration. Do it with AI and post a 12-second YouTube vid with no title, no context provided. Yeah. I just replace all my future uploads with Diva doing hamstring curl videos. The shake weight. Yeah, that's the toughest one. I do those every day just to maintain form. The Zercher squat. Yeah, what was the Zercher squat's where you kind of hold it a little bit weird. Yeah, this is like the break your back squat. I actually got pretty heavy doing that for a little bit, but I had to wear, like, pads or something on my elbows because that shit, like, digs into your veins and arteries. But I guess if you really want to just, like, absolutely build massive fucking awkward unconventional strength, you can get that shit pretty heavy. Alright. Anyways. Feel it in my plums. I feel it in my plums, sir. Good, soldier. That's where you want it. So the story I've just told you is the story she told me, and it really did sound like she'd been catfished. But the thing that really stuck with me was why? What did Alan have to gain from this aside from just cruelty? And maybe it was just my aunt's unwillingness to hate this guy, but it really didn't sound like he was out to hurt her, at least not in the way he did. Now, I did some digging, even though I didn't have much to go on. An author who disappeared on a certain date, whose name may or may not have been Alan, but wasn't the name that he published under. I got it in my head that the guy hadn't catfished my aunt, but something else had gone on instead, so I was searching for authors who died around that time, and nothing really came up. Then, on just some stroke of genius, I asked my aunt if she still had the address for Alan. A few weeks later, she managed to dig it up from some printout of an email that she'd kept from all the way back then, believe it or not. And I looked up the address itself and the past owners. It had been owned by a man named David, surname redacted here, and then the next owner had the same surname. A Google search suggested poopies. It had been owned by a man named David, then the next name, and the next owner had the same name, and a Google search suggested that it was his son. So I looked up David and that name, and there wasn't much in the way of information for him back in the 90s. But then I get drawn down this rabbit hole on a sadly now defunct message board about conspiracies and missing people. The thread had flagged up in my search for his name, but I didn't immediately see how it was relevant. It was a thread of about a female romance. Jesus Christ. Sometimes I get too scared listening to your stories and have to turn it off. I'm 23. Wasn't that the first person? Isn't that what the person said in the first story? That's really funny. Joel, can I find you and become your best friend? I guess if you don't hurt me, it wouldn't be like the biggest issue ever. It was a thread about a female romance mystery author, locally published in the area of Nashville that Alan lived. The thread had started out with the OP asking if anyone remembered these books. There were about 5 or 6 of them, and they were typical Harlequin-style romances, but the OP remembered them having passages that read almost as if it was in some kind of code, like strange, unusual sections that didn't seem to fit with the rest of the otherwise generic romance novel. I read more and more of the thread, and that's when David Allen's name came up, the female romance author. Oh my god, I keep saying romance. What the fuck's wrong with me? Never skydived. I haven't. My one friend always wanted me to, but I just don't want to. Like, it would be cool, I feel like, but then there's that one time where the chute just doesn't pull and you're just fucked. Welcome to club. I stormed up the stairs after turning off all the lights. Yeah, in the basement. And the little demon in the basement's trying to stick its finger in your butt. You promise when you find me you'll be gentle. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm just a baby. It's David Attenborough. Yeah, that'd be great. David Allenborough. My stage 5 clinger alert just went off. Run, faster, hurry, don't let them get away. My skydiving instructor played rock, paper, scissors with me when we were falling, and I won. That's awesome. Do not skydive. Can you imagine that's how I go out? Just trying to have like some fun. And local Let's reader, Joel, smushed. What if I died only because the guy that I'm attached to as my skydiving instructor was 400 pounds? So it was just, he like was too big, he couldn't find the ripcord behind his BBL, and then we landed and he smushed my ass. He packed a lunch instead of a parachute. Yeah. No, dude, bungee jumping seems fucking worse, bro. That seems like way scarier. Have you ever had a story read? But then again, I've ever submitted one either. It's time to submit. There's definitely be that one guy to not make the one time I try some shit. I know, right? That's what I always think. Then you're just like, what the fuck was I doing? Just that whole thought, you're like, wow, my whole life is just over because of something that wasn't even that much fun, and it was way too expensive and a pain in the ass. And the fucking jumpsuit was digging into your crotch. Was digging into your butt, twin. I read more and more of the thread, and that's when David Allen's name came up. The female romance author, J.A. Len seemed to be self-published back in the days when self-publishing was extremely costly and hard, and her book was a staple at local fairs and craft events and bookstores, but all of the stalls were manned by someone claiming to be the author's brother, David Allen, and then the name. As the thread went on, these sleuths began to dig further and discover that David Allen name was spelled Allen like A-L-L-E-N, which allowed them to discover that on the afternoon my aunt was flying into Nashville, a man named David Allen name had gone off the road on a cliff-top path and crashed through the guardrail, dying instantly. And so I'm just there thinking, holy crap, my aunt didn't get catfished. Her lover tragically died on the way to meet her. But then the post continued. A few posters swore down that their relatives had eloped with a guy named David Allen Blank who lived in Nashville. All of them had cut off their friends and family and claimed that they were living with David Allen on a commune of sorts, a commune nobody could actually prove even existed. So now we have David Allen Blank meeting multiple women on the internet throughout the 90s, paying to get them to fly to Nashville, and then they all mysteriously disappeared. Some of the posters even had proof of missing person reports, which they posted scans of. And then one final post really chilled me to the bone. They'd claimed that they used to work for the Nashville County Sheriff's Office, and that they'd get in a lot of trouble for posting these recordings. But this was the tape taken from David Allen's answering machine after his death. I listened to it all. There were multiple messages from my aunt on there, along with a couple from two other women who seemed to be in some kind of early-stage relationship with David. But the most chilling one was the message received just before the final two messages from my aunt, in which she desperately tried to explain that her flight had been delayed by a day. It was a male voice, saying that David Allen had let them down one too many times, that the goods had been scheduled to arrive in Nashville that day, and a lot of effort had been made to ensure everything was running smoothly. David Allen apparently should have booked a different flight route for the goods to ensure that there were no weather delays. I thought about posting, saying the other messages were from my aunt. I thought about telling her. I had no idea what to do. Now I saved that file and ultimately decided to just selectively take bits of the information, and so to this day my aunt believes that Allen David tragically met his death. Jesus fuck. Mole Red Fouty. My great uncle was a parachuter during the Two World War and unfortunately he was shot down. It's so sad, man. Dying in a war just seems so fucking stupid. Like, you're like, here we go. I've been training for this for fucking 9,000 years. And you're just like slowly looming towards your doom. And then somebody with a massive, like, futuristic machine that just, like, rips people to bits just so happens to, like, rip you into shreds. You're like, ah, fuck. All that working out I did really didn't help that much against bullets. Have you ever noticed Neil Armstrong, Neil A, when read backwards as alien? Coincidence? I don't think so. Being in the war is now scarier than ever. I mean, even just those ones over in, like, Ukraine and shit. Talk about, like, the most fucking, like, pointless war of all time. Just, like, hear it. Can you imagine, like, the type of PTSD you would have from hearing those drones? Where they're like... and then they just explode. Like, how fucked is that noise? It's like those wars are like literally like they might as well just take place inside of like a football dome. I don't even know. Just based on the amount of land that they take place on, it almost just feels like they're there to just do like testing. You know what I mean? It's like this weird sort of World War I, no man's land style wars with the trenches, but you just have like mixes of like modern warfare crap in there, and then you just get picked and sent to die, to be sacrificed to whatever fucking weird god they're sacrificing you to. Literally, it's literally Hunger Games. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if there's some sort of like strange embedding with like the people at the top, whoever that might be. Charlie Kirk's wife's Raytheon fucking dad. Imagine getting vaporized by a drone flying by some 20-year-old BFE Russian because two guys hate each other. Yeah, it's like, or I mean, did the drones just drive themselves at this point? Like AI? Like imagine getting killed by AI. You just like stand no chance and the AI feels like nothing as it sends you into like another realm. The hell realm. Or yeah, the ones that just like drop random grenades like into your fucking, where you're trying to take a shit. So to this day, my aunt believes that David Allen, tragically met his death while driving to the airport to meet her. It was a tale of doomed love and it gave her closure. But there's so much that doesn't make sense to me. Romance has always been a lucrative genre, but a self-published romance author wouldn't be making the kind of money in the 90s that my aunt claimed was on Allen's bank statements. Okay, maybe she got it wrong, but what about the weird coded paragraphs that a handful of the posters recall being in the books? And why were there no images of the books themselves? It didn't sound like they'd been widely in circulation. Only about 3 members of the weird lost media conspiracy forum that I'd found had ever even read them, and they'd all grown up in 90s Nashville. I wish that I'd posted on that forum, or maybe at least 1 or 2 connections there. Oops. Ever been on a dating app? Yeah, I've been on them. I haven't used them in a long ass time though. I probably should get back on. Oh, there's a video of drone bombings here on YouTube, actually full blown, no censor. Oh yeah, it's fucked, man. God, what are we even doing? What the fuck are we even doing? I feel like we just let people, like a small number of people, just like dictate our entire existence. What we do every day, where we go. It's such a strange concept. Have they ever thought about just being nice? Any successes on the apps? You know, here and there, whatever. Nothing like, obviously I'm single now, so nothing like long term. Do you use your own dating app story in your channel? Yeah, they're all from me. Yeah, time to try it. Honestly, I would download Grindr if I was gay. I hope that makes sense. It honestly seems like so much easier dating when you're gay. You just, I mean, obviously there might be a lot of crazies on there who just looking to ride the Hershey Highway or whatever, but I don't know. Just, imagine how cool that'd be. You just like play Super Smash Bros with your bro and then you smash your bro's marshmallow. Ever come across those clips of cartel members beheading and unaliving people? It's a tough view. Oh god, yeah, I can't watch that shit. It means you're talking lightly about videos of people dying and implying that you watch them. Yeah, I don't watch that shit, man. It just makes me feel sick. I don't even like watching fight videos when they pop up on Instagram. Just because they make me sick too. I don't know, I just don't like seeing people get hurted, I guess, you know what I mean? I always feel like Joel's gonna end up with a Latina. I'm gonna end up on Fry's compound in the Philippines. I'm gonna end up being married to Wednesday Addams, Latina style. Don't do it. Don't get married at all. I don't know, it all just seems really just locking in on that. It's Latina or never. Joel 25. I just remember the I think you should leave like sketch whenever he has like the dog hair. I don't know if you guys remember that one. or I don't even know what the fuck happens at the end, but he's like, I just wanted to have 2 girlfriends. What's wrong with having two girlfriends? I don't know why. It's the idea of like 2. I just wanted 2 girlfriends. Is that too much to ask? Joe, there's a spider in the corner room that keeps looking at me, licking its lips. I'm starting to become less arachnophobic, I think. Mainly because I've been watching a lot of jumping spider videos. And the little jumping spider videos, they're pretty cute, man. I really wouldn't mind getting one as like a little baby. What's up, Frost? Egg. 1 egg equals 40 eggs? Are you excited for Bad Bunny halftime show? Oh, I can't wait, bro. It's gonna be so sick. I'm gonna be swanging I'm gonna be doing swanging. Never use dating apps. I prefer meeting through friends or randomly. Also, I'm whatever if I talk to somebody or not. Personality is my thing, especially if you can make me laugh. Yeah, laughing is fun. I like it when people laugh at my jokes. If they don't, I call the police. But I respect that, honestly. I mean, staying off the apps. It's just tough. If you don't have anybody that's going to like hook you up with somebody, then it's like you're just kind of out there on your own. But I guess at the end of the day, you kind of have to just be comfortable with who you are anyways. So yeah, you got to make sure your girlfriend respects your wife. If she doesn't, next. Who's arachnophobic in 2025? Just let them get married. You have like 100 tarantulas and spiders. That's crazy. That seems like too many to have of those creatures. And none of them have gotten out? Oh my god, I just clicked on your page. Dawn's literal creatures. Tarantulas, Zenithes, Dominican purple, Zenithus intermedia. Holy shit, do you run like a Steve Irwin sanctuary? That's insane, bro. I wish I liked spiders. I really do. I feel like they're there's like an old part deep within inside of me. Whenever man smushed the head of the serpent, I feel like I was hoping maybe there's a spider under there too. 2 for 1. I'm sorry. It's mean, I know. But I don't think I would even eat them fried either. I'd be worried that it'd be like still alive and crawl back up my throat and bite my tongue. Spider or rat or snake? I mean, I'd definitely be down with the rats because I can like relate to rats a little bit. You know, they're mammals. They're furry. Maybe that's why I like moths too, is they just feel furry and, you know, not scary. Eat cheese and sin, exactly. That's all life really is about. I wish I'd posted on the forum or made at least 1 or 2 connections there because the place got shut down while I was still trying to decide what exactly to do. And it had nothing to do with David Allen. There was some other drama about how a much more severe, sensitive political topic that caused the forum to implode, and the hosting providers themselves just decided to delete it. And the admin posted a notice saying that they no longer felt safe running the forum, and that was that. But here's what I think. My aunt was catfished, but not in a way that she first suspected. David Allen was involved in some kind of human trafficking or maybe a cult program where he'd lure certain women across the country based on criteria that I can't quite work out by pretending to be a successful author. Now, he was certainly an author and certainly rich, but so much about his identity was fake. And what happened to the other women who supposedly eloped with him? They all told their families on the telephone that they wanted no further contact with them. And back then, these things really didn't get looked into that hard. But I'm certain that David Allen was not the doomed romance author that I let my aunt believe, and that whatever catfish scheme he had planned for her, It was a lot more sinister than simply luring her to Nashville and breaking her heart. I just wish that I knew the truth of what it was. Is my name Buster? Yeah. Buster Brownstar. You're gonna get a jumping spider tattooed on your neck. What if you just let a normal jumping spider crawl on your neck? But I can't stop laughing at your Super Smash Bros. Most of my jokes are stolen from somebody funnier than me. Okay, we're cruising, we're bruising, friends. What's y'all's favorite trick-or-treat candy? I don't know, bro. I really wish they would just let adults go trick-or-treating. You know, like, fuck them kids, bro. Why can't I walk around as a spooky ghost and get, like, because there's all this new candy anymore. They got, like, hybrids. In the same way they can make, like, a grape taste like a pink lady apple. I swear to God, they've got some candy where it's like fucking P. Diddy's cigarettes mixed with Reese's Pieces. And I gotta try it. The spiked hot chocolate. You can at Disney? Oh no, then that would make me an official Disney adult. I really do wonder if, like, the number of adults that exist at Disney outnumber the kids. It would make sense, because as adults, you tend to have way more money than kids do. Must suck to be a broke kid. Yeah, they should have, like, a night where it's like... That'd actually be kind of sick. Normal trick-or-treating night in the town, and then they have an adult night where you go around and get candy, but maybe you hand out... Well... I would say, like, liquor, but I don't know, would everybody have to, like, check IDs and stuff? I don't know, there's gotta be something we can work out tradition-wise. How come we don't ever think of new traditions anymore? It's like nobody can think of anything cool, because I guess we all just kill each other. Like, who the fuck thought of trick-or-treating? When did that come into existence? When did trick-or-treating start? Trick-or-treating evolved from several traditions with its roots in medieval Europe. Oh, okay. I guess if it was that... Wait. Immigrants in the 19th century began to resemble the modern form in the 1920s. See, I feel like all the good stuff started back then, when there wasn't a bunch of Karens to ruin everything. Oh, Hallows Eve. Get alcohol from some random dude on Halloween when I just turned 21. Hell yeah, that's how it should be. Get a little shot. And they just dump a bunch of liquor into, like, your bag. It's just dripping. Puffy was starting a new tradition. It got pretty sick, though, because now it's sicker. My cat is MIA in your house somewhere. It's always nerve-wracking when you're like, where's my cat? Oops. And why is he not? Oh, mine's right there at my feet. That's cute. Would you go to horror nights if you were from Cali? Oh, yeah, definitely. That'd be sick. I'm always jealous of, like, people in California who... Seems like there's never, like... There's always something to do. And the weather's always nice where it's, like, fucking Christmas. And they're just, like, watching, like, movies outside on a big screen. And it's warm. So I noticed that you get many submissions from... So I noticed that you don't get many submissions from trans people, so I thought that I'd send the story that happened to me recently about the time that I was catfished on a dating app. So to clarify, I'm a lesbian trans woman and I use an LGBTQ plus dating app that I won't name because it's still fairly low-key and hasn't been swarmed by the usual bigots trying to ruin it for us yet. But it's also not aimed at, let's just say, blue sky type LGBTQ plus people. And I do not mean this derogatorily, but it's for us older gays who lived through New York in the 80s Those kind of folks. Bisexual boomers, late-game lesbians, whatever you want to call us, and we kind of like to keep it that way. So I'm in my mid-40s, and honestly, I just want to quietly live my life as the gender that I identify as. I spent years consulting with doctors and doing the whole psychiatric assessment business, making sure it was the right decision for me, and I feel that it was, and I've never been happier with who I am. Now, not to preach, and I know this is an unpopular opinion, but as an older trans woman, I really do want to add this note for anyone listening. Please, please, please be 100% sure you're fully aware, educated, and ready for what you're getting yourself into before you begin that process. This view makes me a little unpopular with the kids, but I promise you, you will live a happier and healthier life, even if it feels like you're having to leap through hoops early on. The world sucks for us right now. Make sure that you're fully sure that you want to commit to that fight, and my heart goes out to anyone going on the same journey I did, especially as a young person in today's climate for a bunch of reasons. And the story is kind of a cautionary tale about the kind of things trans women face, I guess. It's something I've dealt with all my life, but it was worse when I was younger. So back to the app, I matched with this other trans woman who claimed to be in her 30s. She looked a tiny bit familiar in her photos, so I wondered if I'd seen her on the app before. She also certainly looked closer to my age, but hey, some of us lived hard. And reading her profile, she seemed like a good match and a fun time, so I messaged her. We exchanged a few messages and then agreed to an evening meal at a small bistro in the village. And when I arrived, the maitre d' guided me to my usual table. Yes, I'm the type of person to have a usual table. Usual table. Samuel Rostin with a 5 says, "Hey Joel, haven't been on your live in a minute. Hope you're doing well here. Have some money. Thanks, friend. Good to see you, Samuel. How you been? How's New Zealand?" You think I'm funny? Thank you. I appreciate that. I try to say the funniest jokes. That crime girl, haven't been able to catch you live. Been glad to be here. Good to see you, crime girl. How's your channel going? Has your people done the hype button yet? Also, it's kind of interesting on the latest video. There was an option to do 2 different titles, like A/B testing on titles and A/B testing on thumbnails. So I think that really helped this most recent video. I mean, it was a good topic too, but do my glutes ever hurt? My left glute always kind of is a bit sore, and I think it's because of my QFL. There's a muscle called the QFL on your outside of your glute, and I just need to figure out how to release that shit. Spread my cheeks and release. Love when you add rain sounds to your vids. Thanks, dude. Have you ever been to Spain? I don't think so. I haven't, no. Just absolutely smashed an entire big bag of candy corn. I don't care if I regret it later. It was a great while it lasted. Hell yeah, I think that's the best way to think about things. Yeah, it's my XQC. QFO is a teen's muscle, trans muscle. I don't think so. Unless you mean transverse. QFL muscle. Wait. I think it's the QFO. I don't know. It's in the hip, on the outside of the hip. Ish. Need to get an internal glute massage. Samuel Rusden, welcome back for 21 months. It's been good. Used to watch the lives while making dinner all the time. Been busy but well. Been telling others about your channel too. Bless up, cuh. Thank you, bro. Thank you. No worries. I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad you're doing well. Puerto Rico. Water's a crutch, stretching myth. Real good advice. Water's a crutch, stretching a myth. Water's a crutch, stretching a myth. What are you talking about? A gluten massage is not illegal. It doesn't matter, just get in there. Okay. When I arrived, the maitre d' guided me to my usual table. Yeah, I'm the type of person to have a usual table at a gay bistro, and I sat and had a glass of wine while I waited for my date, Charlene. Now, the person who eventually sat opposite me was a very masculine-looking person in their 50s, wearing a casual shirt and tie. They certainly weren't trying to pass as a trans woman, but hey, fair enough. Maybe I misunderstood that they were a drag queen. If so, they'd be disappointed, and I'm only into women of any sort, not men who just masquerade as women, even though I'm cool with that, so I asked him, "Hey, are you Charlene?" And he says no, he's actually Charlene's dad, strongly emphasizes he's straight for some reason, and says he found out that his daughter had a date with me and wanted to check me out first because he's really protective and doesn't want his daughter being hurt because she's vulnerable because she's trans, as if I'm not. Now, naturally, this is all very suspicious to me, and I'm starting to definitely think that I've seen this guy before. One, I am absolutely certain that this man was Charlene, but hey, if Charlene is his daughter, then there could be a resemblance. Two, I'm also absolutely certain that I've seen him hanging awkwardly around some of the bars that I frequent in the village, which, let's just say, aren't typical for straight dads. So this guy says his name is Charles, another red flag. Charles and Charlene, and that he's sorry for the deception, but would I mind spending the evening with him so he could tell Charlene whether I'm safe to go on a date with? I should have just said no right there, because already I was starting to understand exactly what kind of catfish Oh my god. What is your dominant glute? I don't know, bro. But yeah, my left one always just like feels like achy lately. Achy, breaky ass. I should have said no right there, because already I was starting to understand exactly what kind of a catfish situation I was experiencing here. Now, I'm a cocky B-word who loves a free meal and a free drink, so I tell him sure, I'll hang out with him as long as he's paying. And he says of course, a fine lady like myself should never have to go Dutch. Fair enough. And so we get talking for a while, and it becomes very clear that he's interested in me. Charles seems to forget that he even had a daughter called Charlene as soon as the food arrived. He was just interested in me, and in particular, interested in asking if I'd had the surgery. Yes, and weird things like, did this mean that I was biologically a woman now? Did I get a womb surgically implanted? All sorts of very strange questions. Bear in mind that this was just before the pandemic too, so it's not like this happened during a time when finding info about how this all worked was super hard. And I told him some of these questions were things that he should maybe research himself or ask Charlene. And by then, we finished dinner, and goddamn, this guy was so apologetic. Like, I felt really bad for him. And then he starts doing this thing that some guys do when they try to overcompensate. Like, I wish I was trans myself. I feel spiritually trans, and I would have voted for trans Obama if I could. Okay, he didn't say that last one, but it was almost as cringy as that. And I decided enough was enough, and I looked him right in the eye and said, "There's no Charlene, is there?" He didn't reply for a moment, so I continued, asking if he simply wanted to go on a date with me. And he kind of nodded shyly and said that he was into me, but he knew I was only into women, so he posed as a trans woman on the dating app. I try to be as gentle as possible here. I tell him there's nothing wrong with a straight guy wanting to date a trans woman, but there is something wrong with catfishing people and pretending to be a woman when you're not. And he countered this by saying that in my profile, I was happy to... What's trans Obama's name gonna be? I don't know. Trans Obama 2028. Do you think there will be any more elections? Do you think we'll get to 2028 election? Ever practice glute isolations? I mean, I guess like what? What would that include? Just like individual leg rotations, or like what's that called? The Bavarian split squat. The Bavarian cream pie split squat. Yeah, maybe I can just squeeze one butt cheek at a time. Choo, choo, choo. Boom, 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 boom. You squeeze your butt cheeks or what, bro? You know why we're here. What if that was you get like interviewed and that was their question? So you squeeze your ass cheeks? Do things go in or do they go out in your ass? Just out of curiosity. Oh. Would I date someone bi? Like a girl? Yeah, I guess if the girl was I don't know. I'd probably have to be monogamous with somebody though. I guess. It'd be kind of awkward. Electro butt therapy. Obi-Wan Obama. Sir Obama mamaless. What's mamaless? Like buy local? Yeah. Like biodegradable? Bi doesn't mean poly. Oh, okay. Well, I just don't really know why it would even matter. If they're like with me, then they're technically like not bi anymore, are they? If we stay monogamous, bilingual? What, like they speak Tagalog? Bifocals? What if nobody votes anymore? It'd probably be the same outcome. Obama's mommy. Biannual? Biden? Like Joe Biden. Wake up. Remember that guy? I was totally under the interpretation when that guy guesstimated that Joe Biden would die in 2 years. I really thought he was going to be... I thought he was going to be right. Joe Biden. Wake up. 2 years. Remember that guy? 2 years. Joe Biden. That was probably one of the best memes, I think, ever. Where it was just like Joe Biden was just in a dream. That was such a good, like, high production value meme. He could pass for dead. I guess it technically was like Weekend at Bernie's. But sometimes I see Trump's like feet dragging on the ground too when he's at the golf course, and I'm like, holy shit. All these guys are just like being puppeteered. He countered this by saying that in my... Oh my God. He countered this by saying that in my profile, I said that I was... I can't read. He lost a lot of weight after leaving office. Oh yeah, I think he has like... Didn't it say that he had like stage 4 prostate cancer while he was still in office or something? Did I hear that wrong? I thought I heard something like that. He countered this by saying that in my profile, I said that I was happy to date trans women with or without the surgery. And I'm like, yes, women, I'm a lesbian. And he could not grasp that it made any difference. And eventually I just said that none of this was important. The important part was that he'd fully posed as someone else on a dating app, made up a trans daughter, and catfished me, and surely he saw that that was bad and kind of scary. Now, he looked almost frustrated, and really thought that this might go okay. But then he asked, and would I maybe at least try spending the night with him? Maybe I'd feel different, and he really did mean it when he said that he had a transgender soul, and that it didn't matter that I'd had the surgery. And that's when I realized that he was just full on... Oh my God, what are we even talking about? Some kind of cancer, I can't recall what exactly. Yeah. Well, Trump has skin cancer on his hand? Or something wrong with his hand? Who cares, man? At this point, I don't even know, man. Like, did you guys follow any of like the Charlie Kirk's wives, like his wife, his like widowed wife stuff? I remember someone asked me last time if I followed any of like the conspiracies with that, and some of it was kind of fucking strange, bro. Some of it was like genuinely very, very strange. Jared Ackerman, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Do you think Duet is a trustworthy dating app? I have no idea what Duet is, honestly. Is that for WWE Raw superstars only? Candace too. Dude, like, if I find out that every single person is just like controlled, like, what would your mind be? Would you be kind of like not that surprised to find that out? That every person that you think is like part of like some type of conspiratorial realm is actually just like part of the same sort of machine? Okay, so listen to this. This is what I read. Meet Erica Franzva Kirk. She was Miss Arizona 2012. She was a Trump pageant girl, casting director, now the widowed queen inheriting Charlie Kirk's empire. But peel back the trad wife veneer and you'll find something darker. She ran Romanian Angels, an orphan ministry in Constanta, Romania. Locals accuse... Also, I just want to clarify, I don't know if any of this is true or not. This is all just some fictional stuff that was written up, and we're just reading a story, guys. We're just reading a story. She ran Romanian Angels, an orphan ministry in Constanta, Romania. Locals accused it of trafficking children under the guise of mission work, exactly the model exposed in the Clinton Foundation scandals in Guatemala through Save the Children. Those Romanian orphans are exported to UK, Israel, and undisclosed islands. Her resume writes itself like a honeypot manual. Trump's Miss Arizona 2012, Trump-owned pageant, casting director, founder of multiple nonprofits with orphan projects, married into MAGA's golden boy after falling in love over an interview set up by Trump's team. Her father, a DOD and Raytheon, I believe head of the DOD and Raytheon on the Israeli division. That's Charlie Kirk's wife's dad. Her grandparents, prominent Zionists. Her grandfather, Carl Kenneth Franzva, vice president of American Banknote Co. Yes, the ones tied to secure printing and IDs. Was Grand Chief of the Independent Order of Vikings, knighted by the King of Sweden. The architecture is very deja vu. Roy Cohn built the CIA sex kitten blackmail machine. If you remember Roy Cohn, he was like tied to like Epstein and stuff. And I guess like he was like a mentor to like Trump. Trump owned pageants and hotels, perfect as leverage farms. Epstein wasn't just a fluke, he was a franchise plug-in. Erica's pageant to angel trajectory fits the blueprint. Why would a young multimillionaire from an initiated family become a Trump pageant girl? Unless. Erica attended a Jesuit university, Regis University, located in Denver, Colorado. Guess who else attended a Jesuit school? Again, Erica was recruited into modeling. Her first pageants were Donald Trump-owned Miss USA pageants, winning Miss Arizona in 2012. Now the question is, was she set up for Charlie the way Melania was set up for Donald, brought to the U.S. by Paolo Zampoli, a modeling agent with ties to Mossad, Epstein's orbit, and elite trafficking rings? Are you starting to notice a pattern here? Even the branding repeats. Tate's Angels, the cam girl trafficking ring, which I saw this and I was like, holy shit, what if like Andrew Tate's whole like spiel is like directly tied into this as well, and he's part of that whole thing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Romanian Angels, Erica's orphan project accused of trafficking. Angels as cover for export pipelines of flesh on the younger side, ... This isn't religious branding, it's operational branding. Meanwhile, Charlie Kirk's Turning Point UK launched at the Royal Automobile Club under Prince Michael of Kent, Grand Master of Freemasonry. George Farmer, do you guys know George Farmer? He's like Candace Owens', husband that she like married after like 17 days or something really fucking strange. She met at a Turning Point UK, event, and he's worth like $180 million or something, comes from like this massively wealthy family. But George Farmer, Candace Owens' husband, sat as chairman to the Turning Point UK, tied to Andrew Tate long before Candace. I'm not really sure where the Andrew Tate connection comes in, but basically they're saying it's like controlled networks, every link in place, and George Farmer, Candace's elite husband, ties Tate's angels to Erica. So ask yourself, is Erica Kirk the grieving trad wife, or the CIA Mossad honeypot who just inherited the keys to MAGA's youth machine? Did she pay her dues and rite of passage? And then we take the movie Snake Eyes. Did you guys see the Snake Eyes shit? Did you guys see that one movie or whatever with Nick Cage? But it was basically someone, like a politician named Charles Kirkland in that movie was shot at Trump Tower, shot in the neck on September 10th for his views on Israel. And a man named Tyler investigates in that movie Snake Eyes. So if you guys ever see the Snake Eyes movie, let me know what happens. And of course, Charlie Kirk's dad was an architect at Trump Tower. It's all just strange as fuck. Like, I'm not saying any of this is true, but it's like, there's clearly some people out there making some abstract connections on thing and begging the question. Because if that's true, if all of them are all tied back to these intelligence agencies, you know how like we've all been arguing about like left versus right, left versus right, left versus right, and the death of Charlie Kirk, you know, basically kind of amplified that left versus right narrative even more so more recently, basically normalizing the concept that maybe political assassinations or murdering people for differing opinions is within the purview of what you can expect in America coming soon. What if it's all just like fucking fake? What if that like little weird lapel mic on it? I mean, I saw a video where they were saying that lapel mic on Charlie's neck like shot up through his right neck and exited the left side where you saw like the blood splatter and stuff coming out. I don't know. What if it is all fake? Like, what if this is just like how it's going to be forever and they've got this shit like planned out? Like, I mean, if that's the case with that Snake Eyes movie, I mean, this shit would have to be planned presumably decades in advance, which is just so abstractly strange. Like, how do they make this shit happen? Like, it has to be fucking like next level secret society shit. I don't know. Once again, everything I said was just a joke. And it was part of the story that actually somebody submitted, so it's not real, what I said. Or maybe it is. Hypothetically, in Minecraft. This is just a rant. It's easy to see conspiracy in retrospect because of hindsight 2020. Try predicting one. I agree. I don't know how to predict any of this shit, but I guess it's stuff that you can kind of keep an eye out. Do you guys have any conspiracy predictions? I mean, the stupid thing is, like, people talk about rebellion or revolution or whatever the fuck, but it's like, if you were in some position where you could plan out events like this, a revolution would be just as easily coordinated, to the point where you would only permit like such a degree of, I mean, because if you look at the No Kings protests that happened in California, and you know, it was kind of like made out to be, you know, you see like Hassan Piker out there with his stupid little handkerchief over his face and people throwing like smoke grenades and all that kind of shit. Like, one, look what happened. It amplified the fact that now we have, you know, the National Guard being sent to like cities and shit. That began that. But it also, you know, was the catalyst to implement Palantir within the United States. So you really do have to ask yourself if like any of this shit is organic, or if they have the goal and then they permit a certain amount of chaos to accomplish said goal. You know what I mean? I'm a Trumper. No, dummy. Everything I said isn't Trumper. I literally just went through a long fucking spiel about how both sides are controlled, and about how this like left-right paradigm shit is literally just to get you to say stupid shit like that and to argue with each other all the fucking time. He's so Trumper. I'm Thumper from Little Bambi. Half Trumper then. You're a mudblood. The next one of those is my birthday. I really hope that doesn't go down in history as the day protesters end badly en masse. It was an agent. Yeah, I don't know. They just use this shit to like divide you. And then the more you're divided on all those like minutia, you're never going to be able to like ever get to the bottom of things. Should you leave the United States and move to Spain? Yeah, dude, no, move to the Philippines. Let's all go to the Philippines, guys. We're going to be kings. Yeah, if you don't choose one, you're accused of being one. It's so cringe. It's like such a logical fallacy to like sit there and, I don't know, just reduce everyone's perspective to like one of two colors, essentially. And that if you're one of the colors, you're a naughty do-badder who like could potentially hurt somebody or something psychotic. You heard the Philippines had a serious kidnapping problem. Yeah, that's because we're going to go there and kidnap everybody, bro. We're going to make a cool fucking hangout place. I already have a lottery estate shows in the UK at this point. A lottery estate? What's that? It could be Manny Pacquiao. It doesn't matter where he lives. The Philippines hate to see the Buttersock cult coming. Dude, we could create the sickest compound ever for like dirt cheap. If everybody could pitch in like $15, we could start such a cool little resort. We'll call it Little St. James. No, that's not good. Foreigners can't own guns in Philippines. What? Says who? What if we give them $100? What will they say then? We can have a cannon surrounding the whole facility. You're not a Stephen Miller. What's a Stephen Miller? I'm not familiar with that. Do I gotta look him up? I don't know though. Don't you think it's like kind of unhealthy though to like sit there and be worried about what other people think all the time? Stephen Miller, chief of staff. Was he on 60 Minutes tonight? Was that him? There was somebody I saw pop up on 60 Minutes after the NFL game, and they just seemed like the biggest slime ball of all time. Can we not talk politics? Just like give me PTSD. Last time you screamed at people read Charlie Kirk seriously was a huge trigger that totally dysregulated me. I don't think I screamed at anybody, did I? I was just like telling you like not to cheer on like, you know, political violence. That was like somehow controversial to say. It's the same 1% under control on both sides. Pass laws that want from the left, laws from the right, and they get everything they want. Exactly. It's just the pendulum swing that constantly like centralizes power. I did. Okay. Alright, I accept I screamed. Dude, I didn't scream. And my screaming, I didn't scream. This is a bad articulation of what the conversation actually was. I disagree. Come on now. I never really cared about what people think, no matter what. Someone will be pissed off. Yeah, I mean, sometimes my voice just gives everyone PTSD. It's like when Dad's mad, you know what I mean? Dad's mad. He's throwing the pot roast against the wall. It's burnt. It's burnt for the 15th time this month. God damn it. What other people think is none of my business, and they tell me I don't have to take it personally. Exactly. I mean, like, if you really think about it, you're just like participating in some like weird soap opera anyways, and most of it's just like thoughts within your mind. Traumatized from the womb to the tomb. As soon as I was born, I knew I was destined to scream. Yeah, it was just passionately spicy. Alright, anyways. Oh wait, we're still doing the story. Fuck me. I don't know why, just the idea of me traumatizing people. should see me play Overwatch back in the day. That was trauma. How is life? It's good, man. It's good. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay. Where are we even at? Oh my god. I try and be as gentle as possible. There's nothing wrong with this. I don't even know where I'm at, bro. Okay. Which in the political and economic state of humpback whale society. I think the Japanese need to leave him alone. I try and be as gentle as possible. I tell him there's nothing wrong with a straight guy wanting to date a trans woman, but there is something wrong with catfishing people and pretending to be a woman when you're not. He countered this by saying that in my profile, I said I was happy to date trans women with or without the surgery. And I'm like, yes, women. I'm a lesbian. He could not grasp that it made a difference, and eventually I just said that none of this was important. The important part was that he'd fully posed as someone else on a dating app, made up a trans daughter, and catfished me. And surely he saw that that was bad and kind of scary. Now he looked angry, and I really thought that this might go okay, but then he asked, would I maybe just try spending the night with him? Maybe I'd feel different, and he really did mean it when he said that he had a transgender soul, and that it didn't even matter that I'd had the surgery. And that's when I realized that he was a full-on chaser. Typically someone who convinces themselves they're straight, but fetishizes and tries to hook up with pre-op trans women. Usually they prey on much younger people than myself, but I guess Charlie was into older people too. And I told him, hey, why don't you just set your profile up on the app so you're not pretending to be your own trans daughter, but just list yourself as bisexual and looking for men and women. Well, good God, was that a mistake? Are you calling me an F-slur? Charlie screamed, leaping up from the table and then throwing the table to one side, sending the remains of our wine flying into the food of these neighboring diners.
Chicken chaser.
Once I realized he was a full-on chicken chaser. Holy crap. Where are we? What is Earth? What is going on with Earth? Earth realm. I was a European live stream yesterday and there was 100 listeners and 2 of them lived on your island. That's sweet. A pre-op chicken chaser. How can I explain this to Dad?
Father, you have to understand. Some people have what's called fetishes. They'll just fuck anything. Stick their cock right in. Don't even care the repercussions.
The poor chickens. The poor chickens. Oh, shit. Charles screamed, leaping up from the table and throwing the table to one side, sending the remains of our wine flying into the food of our neighboring diners. I jumped back. Well, this guy's gone from 1 to 1,000 real quick, and then I noticed that he's holding a fork, and he's coming right at me. He's screeching, how dare I call him an F-slur, and he's loudly accusing me of catfishing him, saying I pretended to be a man to get him to come on a date. Little does he know that most of the people in the bistro actually right now know that I am the true chicken chaser. Are they ever going to have another Fable game?
When's that come out? When's that game come out?
Oh. Tomorrow? It comes out tomorrow? Holy shit. There's also like kind of a futuristic sort of what's that Rainbow Six Siege style game coming out? I forget what it's called. Did you guys see that one? Have you heard about this? actually tomorrow. Is Myst the first Fable game, though? Who knows Myst? I do know Myst, but yeah, they're not. I don't think they're in the same universe. Splinter Cell. I mean, it kind of had a Splinter Cell vibe, but it was like a first person. You like literally come in and like drop pods, kind of like Helldivers, and then you and then you have to like arm bombs or something like that, but there's destructible environments, which is pretty cool. And I assume like one life. You're talking about Mario Galaxy. I love Mario Galaxy, so good. Also, I'm playing through this game called Bionic Man. Is it called? Bionic Bay, sorry. Actually, really fun game. If you ever get a chance to play the game Bionic Bay, it's basically like Limbo, but like way more, funny and fun, and like way better puzzles and way longer, obviously. But it's fun. Riven, though, I never played Riven. I think I've only like loosely played Myst as well. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 is coming to Switch 2, which is cool, but I will say, I don't think that they should charge, or they're charging like $70 for games that came out over a decade ago, right? And all they get is like loose visual upgrades. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. Nintendo's just not in my good graces as of lately. Like, they really genuinely needed to do something for the Switch 2 to make you like them. One of which is actually have some fucking games that just aren't all the old games, right? Like, what did we get? We got Mario Kart Universe or whatever, and then fucking Banana Monkey 2. And then that's it. That's all we've gotten. And now they have like a Pokemon game coming out, and I don't know. Legend of Zelda. That's not for a while, right? Yeah, Mario fucks Bowser 5. That one's gonna be sick though, because Bowser's dick actually looks like a turtle this time, how we have been requesting it. And I think it can actually go all the way from Mario's asshole out of his mouth. But it actually has to like safely traverse its way through his gutty works. Luigi Turd 2. I don't know. Fuck Nintendo, bro. Nintendo sucks wieners, man. Like, how many fucking like indie games have you played recently that are literally better quality than most Nintendo games at this point? You know what I'm saying? And then all Nintendo ends up doing is like taking those indie games later and then like releasing them on the Switch and kind of acting like they're somehow like unique and assisting of indie developers. It's just, they're always like slow. It's like you'll finally on the Switch 2 you'll get like Skyrim for the 15th time or some shit with like a HD upgrade pack or some bullshit with a little bit of draw distance. Fucking cringe. It's all fucking a joke. Just get a PC. Everyone here should just invest in a PC and never have to deal with a single fucking console again in your life. You can just play all the new games first. Did Atari turn into Nintendo? I think Atari just is software now or something like that, and they probably do a lot of their games through releasing on Nintendo consoles and shit. I actually don't really know what Atari even works on anymore. One dev's projects on the App Store usually tend to be my thing. That's fun. Do you have a PS5, Xbox Series X? I do not, but I heard the price of their consoles went up. Dude, how long have those fucking consoles been out? And they decided that after being out for what, 5 fucking years or however long it's been, we should increase the prices on console systems? Like, they're always just going to get worse, other than maybe like some loose upgrades here and there, which is really confusing, I feel like, for the consumer. I don't know, man. They have no idea what they're fucking doing anymore. And then they'll just like stick a fucking spiked wiener up people's butt and be like, come on, what do you mean? We're winning the console wars. It is crazy. I mean, imagine like you had a chance to get an Xbox for like $300 and now for whatever reason it's like 400 and some, and you're like, what? This came out like a trillion years ago. It should be on fucking discount at this point. But they're acting like it's a new console. Imagine how amazing gaming would be if money wasn't the main goal. I mean, yeah, it should be to like create some, I mean, that's the thing is it goes through ebbs and flows, right? I mean, the only reason that like Nintendo even brought the pricing of games down to $70 was because people bitched. But the only way you're going to be able to show Nintendo that you don't give a fuck about their stupid shit or all these other console things that you just, is just to not buy it. Like, just go get yourself a PC. You'll never have to deal with like Nintendo or Xbox like fucking gouging you or ganking you in the back kidney ever again. You can get shit on like sale. You can go on Epic Games. Dude, Epic Games has like a free game every goddamn day. And you could probably have like thousands of titles now for absolutely free just for having Epic. It's insane. Halo 2 was peak, yeah. PC is bulky. I agree. You can't really, I mean, you could probably build a pretty compact one, but once you get it, you know, it's just like such a multi-purpose tool. You can game on it. You can make a YouTube channel on it. You can chat with friends. You could just play, like, some people have a crazy gaming computer and just play RuneScape. Okay, what do I even fucking do? Okay. I jump back like, whoa, this guy's gone from 1 to 1,000 real quick. And then I notice he's holding a fork and coming right at me. He's screeching about how dare I call him an F-slur, and that he's loudly accusing me of catfishing him, saying I pretended to be a man to get him to come on a date. Little does he know that most of the people in the bistro right now actually know me, so for one thing, that's laughable. 2, while backing away from his jabbing fork, I ask him how that makes sense because he's a straight man. How could I have catfished him in that manner? And he starts just blathering about the... And he just starts jabbering about this, and when he doesn't have an answer, this lunatic just jumps at me with this fork, trying to stab me in the face with this. And one of the other... My God... And he just starts jabbering on, and when he doesn't have an answer, this lunatic just jumps at me with this fork, trying to stab me in the face with this piece of cutlery. And one of the other diners that night was the nicest, most gentle mid-50s gay guy that you could ever meet. And he was also a hardcore biker, sort of leather daddy, and a former Marine. So when he stood up and got between me and Charles, I knew it was over for him. My buddy, who will remain nameless because technically he did commit a crime here, grabs Charles' wrist holding the fork and puts enough pressure on it that I'm sure he snapped a bone or two. And then he hits him with a punch in the gut that would have winded King Kong. Charlie goes flying backwards, crashing into another table, upending someone's food all over the damn place, so now he's got this 20s gay guy and his lesbian best friend mad at him too, and everyone's screaming at this Charles guy, calling him a chaser, and a catfish, and a creep, and God knows what. And then suddenly, everything went silent. And that guy in his 20s who just had his food knocked over, who I vaguely knew, said the most damning, scathing, violent thing of the night. "Honey," he says to Charles, in the most stereotypically camp gay hairdresser voice you've ever heard, which was now even how he talked. I guess I gotta do the voice, huh? I probably should do the voice, I think they're asking for it. Ladies and gentlemen, should I do the voice? Do I gotta do the voice? Would you rather a PS5 or 5 air fryers? Probably 5 air fryers, honestly. I have no use for the PS5. Play Battlefield 6 beta. No, but I probably will play the normal game when it comes out. Maybe. Never mind. I don't think I'm going to play it. "Honey," he said to Charles, in the most stereotypical camp gay hairdresser voice you've ever heard, which was not even how he talked at all. "Honey," he says, "you've got some balls on you to come on a date in the village in an outfit that Dwight from The Office would be ashamed of." Charlie was still reeling from the punch by Leather Daddy, but this was the killing blow, essentially. And he glared at us all. With the most murderous look. And then, I'll never forget, he yelled the most out-of-pocket, bizarre thing I think I've ever heard anyone say. I hope Al Gore sends you all back to England." And then he ran out of the restaurant. Now we're all too stunned to follow for a moment, and then a group of us went running after him, only to see a car peeling out of the parking lot. Sadly, none of us got his license plate, but it turns out that a lot of cameras did, so he eventually got taken to court by the bistro owner and forced to pay for damages. And we kind of downplayed some of the events, though, but just so the one guy didn't face any assault charges, and thankfully Charles kept quiet about that. And the night this all happened, I went back home, all catfished out, and went to block Charlene, Daddy, chill. Need some cowbell. It's James Charles. That was James Charles, like standing up and uppercutting this guy through the roof. But then he fell back down and went down into like a crypt, Mortal Kombat style. Zaddy, you need to chill. And the night this all happened, I went back home, all catfished out, and went to block Charlene Charles on the app. And unsurprisingly, the profile was already gone. Anyways, be careful out there, my fellow Alphabet Army. There are some incredibly weird people in our community, especially the ones who aren't quite willing to admit that they're actually part of the community. We have enough danger from the outside, so let's try and be nice to each other within, you know? Especially, don't tell people that you hope Al Gore sends them back to England. We all agreed that that one really stung. Finish him. You're done for. You're getting the BBL. Okay, how much fucking... Okay, this is next one's the last one. And I have a headache for some reason, I don't know why. Doing the voice makes me just absolutely throb inside my cerebellum. Okay, guys. I will be our Bizzle. What's up, Jenna? We don't see each other for a while. No, I'll be back. It'll only be... Is England supposed to be a land of the alphabets? I guess so. I think it's where I started. It's where patient Zero was bitten by a gay monkey. Just kidding. Alright, I'll be right back. How come no one ever worries about you guys giving me PTSD? You ever wonder what it's like being the coolest YouTuber on the net? The pressure that is. Jolene, 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 you fucking bitch. Alright. What's going on, guys? Anything cool happen ever? Ever in the existence of ever? I feel the butter sockers. I'm trying to beat the Nihilanthan Half-Life with grenades right now. With save scumming. With save scumming. The Nihilith. Are you playing the remake one? You found a $10 bill on the ground? That's sick. You get a job in fashion? Really, Jonah? Is that why you're moving? Or as you're moving, you're getting a job in fashion? How can I sleep after drinking soda? Does that have caffeine? Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't really affect me. And I mean, I guess it's not a lot of caffeine. It's only 9,000 milligrams. But right now I'm just drinking water. But I did dump some like electrolyte powder into the water. Just gotta have that tang, you know what I'm saying? Dear Joel, this is the first time I've joined one of your streams. Thank you for telling stories that have gotten me through some rough patches in life with much love. Keep it up. Thank you, Cheese and Rice. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I love Black Mesa. Honestly, one of the best games ever, just under the OG. Oh yeah, it is good. My twin sister had a nightmare that we were fighting, so she threw. I'll be selling Western wear for the company that had clothes in the Barbie movie, and Elvis wore those clothes. Selling Western wear for the company that had clothes in the Barbie movie. Oh, okay. Did you get a bunch of cool fashion bullshit then? Going hunting this weekend, definitely going to listen to more scary stories before heading out. Gotta spook myself. Yeah, listen to the outdoors ones. I feel like I have some hunting stories on the channel. The other only game I might like only on Nintendo is Bayonetta 1 to 3, 4 is still in development. Oh wait, I thought 4 was out. Maybe not. Oh, Mon Bleu. Mon Bleu, what's up? Alright. If anybody has anything to say, please say it. Please let me know if I give you PTSD. Whenever I was yelling about politics the other night, I wasn't screaming, was I? Was I screaming? Honest question, was I a screamer? I was? I wasn't screaming. I felt like I was like just had a stern voice that said, guys, listen, we have a specific rule here, and the rule is that you can't kill your political opponents. One rule. And I don't even think I screamed it either. But I guess screaming at someone not to kill someone is worse than actually killing, so I have to take that into consideration sometimes. I suppose blood squirting out of someone's neck on stage, that's not PTSD worthy, but getting yelled at to not do it, that's kind of rude. Go back to England, Joe. Al Gore's gonna send me. We just adopted a new Siamese cat because our beloved cat Faith passed away a month ago. We had a Siamese kitten named Willis. She's saying hello. Oh, hello. The transfer of souls is complete. I only play Bayonetta 1 because I don't own Nintendo. Oh, fuck. Where'd that come from? Where'd that microphone that I'm right in front of come from? Yeah. Anyways. Last story, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for dealing with my screeching and screaming. Now, this may surprise you to learn, but I'm a woman in her 70s who has been listening to your show on the internet for many years. My lovely grandson played your show, and he says it's a podcast that they'll forever... What the fuck? My lovely grandson played your show. He says it's a podcast, but they'll forever... Oh, okay. Joel, read me. I'm trying, bro. I can't do it sometimes. Words are violence. Violence is not violence. Exactly. Exactly. I don't know. What is up with people, though? Where's like... Why have, like, logical fallacies not been taught in school? Did we all learn logical fallacies, or do we just have, like, natural logic in our minds? But it seems like there's, like, a lot of, like, consistently endless logical fallacies that are committed when discussing things within the realm of culture. I know, it's like everything's a straw man. It's like a non-stop straw man. And then there's also the lion, and then there's the Tin Man, and then there's Dorothy herself, the witch. The bitchy witch. The Strawberry Man. Isn't that crazy, the shit that we have to learn, like, outside of school? We don't learn logical fallacies. We don't learn how to make any money. We don't learn that college is mainly a Ponzi scheme. You don't learn anything. It's just like everything in life, you basically just learn the opposite and then hope that you have, like, a level of, like, IQ and discernment that is, like, less likely to fall for bullshit. And if you fall for bullshit, somehow it's, like, still your fault, I guess. Pradeep's outside of my yurt right now, fucking kicking around a little bottle cap. Yeah, I mean, even basic taxes would have made some sense. This is strange. I mean, they have to teach that now, don't they? Or no? Operating strictly on impulse. Honestly, maybe that's just an easier life. Just being like reactionary at all turns. My lovely grandson played your show, and he says it's a podcast, but they'll forever be radio shows to me. In the car, on a family trip one day, and 3 hours later, I was hooked on your voice. What the fuck? Why can I not follow this shit? Started up at nurse and realized it wasn't for him. I mean, yeah, like, but the weirdest thing was, is I kind of like the logical choice as opposed to like art was like the smart financial choice, you know? Whereas I was inclined towards like creative things, but I went through nursing to like mainly make my parents happy, but also because it seemed like I would get a job after school and stuff. And that was a good choice. But at the same time, I don't know, I guess it's kind of just like a fluke in many ways that YouTube worked out for me. But I guess sometimes if you really genuinely put your mind to something and just fucking stick with it and really, I don't know, try and make it happen, sometimes the Lord smileth upon thee. Did you have to wipe butts? You know me. You know my deal. We all had one butt rag we would all share. Every patient got it. It was crusted over like an old fossil of shit. What do they call fossilized shit? I always forget. Isn't there a term for it? It's not amber. It's called fluidite or something. It's called Miranda. The poo knife. Wait, is it actually called Miranda? Oh, coprolite. That's really fucking funny. You should, dude, you should get someone a coprolite like necklace, and then wait until years later to tell them that necklace is actually just fossilized fucking shit. Oops. Coprolite. It's fossilized feces. That's awesome. I got this for you, babe. It's your birthstone. Coprolite. Have you seen the biggest fossilized poop in the museum? How big is it? Let's look that up real quick. That's important for research purposes. World's largest fossilized poop. Images? Jarvis, bring that. Whoa. Well, it's not that big. It's not as big as what I've been clogging my shit with all night. It's huge. What's up, Audrey? How you doing? You see that? Yeah. Give me 5 of them copper lights, please. Yeah, like some guy on the side of in like a city. Like, hey, yo, I got copper light, whatever you want. I got you. Copper light necklace, copper light rings, copper light tongue ring. All right. What's up, Maui? How you doing? Copper light wedding ring. Fucking hell, mate. Fucking copper light, mate. Yeah, constipated, runny copper light. Okay. My lovely grandson played your show, and he says it's a podcast, but they'll forever be radio shows to me. in the car on a family trip one day, and 3 hours later, I was hooked on your voice, your stories, and your excellent delivery. Now, recently I asked your grandson. She asked my grandson. Now, recently I asked my grandson if you're married, just out of curiosity, and he said you're not. And jokingly I said that if I was 50 years younger, maybe I'd email you and ask you for a date. My grandson remarked that this would make for a pretty exciting story for your channel, that you got catfished by a very old lady, and then he started to explain what catfishing was. Now I stopped him and said, "Kiddo, I know what catfishing is. I was a catfish a few years ago when we were in school." And his jaw just about hit the floor. He's 20 now, but when he was in school I was around 70 years old, and he had no idea that I'd been the victim of catfishing. Neither did my son, his father, because frankly, it's a little embarrassing. But my grandson, Damie, he'd begged me to tell him the story of what had happened, and then when he was done, he begged me to let me help him write it down so he could send it over to our favorite podcaster, and I told him that I was perfectly capable of writing my own emails, thank you very much, but I think he just wanted a reason to email you, so if you do read this out on your show, please can you say hello to my grandson Damie, short for Damien, and tell him Joel from Let's Read wants him to know that Granny loves him very much. Now, all that said, let me tell you about my creepy experience. So my husband, Vic, tragically died in the 90s in a very violent incident, but he'd always told me that there was anything... It was like the longest fucking preamble of all time, old lady. But he'd always told me that if... But he always told me that if anything were to happen to him before me, then I had to promise to at least try and find someone else to make me happy in my final days. Well, I didn't really want to because Vic was the only man for me. But then when I was using my computer that Damie had insisted that I get, I kept receiving these pop-ups and ads and spam for dating services. Hot singles in your area, my fanny. I know a scam when I see one, but it did get me curious. Now this would be around maybe back in 2017, I think. So dating sites were actually pretty normal then, and I think people were even using those apps like Tinder and Grindr and all that. What? And I think people were even using those apps like Tinder, but I decided to go for a classic. They showed me Bumble because I liked the name and I thought that it was cute. And the gentleman that I met on there was a real silver fox, named Nate, and I knew Vic would have approved of him. He seemed like a real gentleman. I could go into detail explaining all the wonderful things that Nate said about himself and what a great fellow he was, but as you know, this is a catfishing story, so it was all lies. Now, I arranged for a lunch date in Kensington because old dears like me prefer to be tucked into bed by 8, so I met him at this lovely open-air cafe that I frequented sometimes. Now, the man sat down opposite me clearly was Nate. I could recognize the facial features and the jawline, and he was most certainly a very attractive man. The problem was, he looked about 23 years old. Oh. Kegs list. Oh, fucking shit. Oh wait, Pat's Nation, you're actually from Spain? That's cool. What is Spain like? Do you like it? People go on vacation there quite a bit. I made you yawn. I never really understand why it upsets people when I make them yawn, cause or anybody makes them yawn. Like, yawning is good. Doesn't it feel good when you yawn? Get a Latina, take her dancing to eat tacos, be romantic and attentive, and be ready to keep her satisfied. With like attention markers like incoming Latina. Latina alert. Latina alert. She's reaching for her chancla. What if she used her chancla to like bash me to death? I will be honest though, if I do marry a Latina, it probably will be the most likely chance of ending in me homicided. I feel my entire face just bashed in with a flip-flop. I'm sorry, I've been yelling this whole time. I've been screaming. You ever been asked to be on the radio? My one friend works in like radio, and she said that I could, I don't know, come do it, but I never did. Joel, I think Spain has the best, most beautiful cities in the world. Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, Ibiza, Canary Islands, San Sebastian. God, that sounds nice. I would like to go there. Andrew Batts with the 18 months was very bummed with DS apps. In my middle years, I was looking for long-term dating apps. Long-term companionship, but nobody wants to become a jacket and boots for Buffalo Bob. Joelito, that's okay. I imagine you're a really good taxidermist. Amateur. Have you seen the super vile bots in Moist Critical's comments? They say like R-wording animals and other stuff. It's horrific. Huh. You think they would, like YouTube wouldn't allow them to say those things? I'm a Latina and I would graciously accept you as a boyfriend and I'd beat you up in my chancla. Thank you. Let's make it happen. Just like dual wielding a chancla. Just that should be like a Jason Voorhees style movie monster. Latina with a chancla. You thought that it was safe to text your sister. Little did you know. She got jealous. Who the fuck is this? Baby girl, it's my sister. It's my sister. I don't care. Here. Oh God, oh God. DP for essay on animals? What are you talking about? It's just like every one of like Moist Crit. What if that's just Moist Critical's audience? It's just people who like to DP animal. That's just his demographic, guys. Come on. That's not bots. That's just his people. What if that is Moist Critical? It probably is. It's probably him. I mean, let's check his latest. What's his latest video? I'm gonna look. Moist Critical. How I DP'd a husky dog. What the fuck? Hey, what's going on, everybody? Yep, you read that right. I just had one of the most sexually eye-opening experiences of my entire existence. So this weekend I was hanging out with the boys and they said, bro, you gotta try this. It didn't take quite at first, but after a little forcing... Alright, we're done. Sorry. Anyways. Andrew with the 2 says it puts the Andrew in the hole. What's up, Foxy? Welcome to the stream. The problem was, he looked about 23 years old. And I can be exact because he actually later told me this. Now I remember that Damie had shown me a computer game on his telephone one day where he took a picture of himself and made himself look old, and he'd looked just like Vic. He then took a picture of me and made me look young, and I looked just like me from my glory days. And that's what I figured Vic had done, taken a photograph of himself with the same game or app and then used it as his profile picture. Wait, Vic? Or isn't Vic her husband? Who's the fucking boyfriend that she's going to see? Nate. Jesus fucking Christ, can't keep it straight, bro. Was I a theater kid? I wasn't a theater kid, but I helped my senior year with like their cabaret bullshit, and they said I did really good.
So it was just natural in me to be an actor from the very beginning.
Yes. Oh my God, I love dancing around and getting attention. I could be. Do you think I could go back? Do you think I still have a chance to do theater kid stuff now? Talk like Stewie. Oh God, I could have been a theater kid. Hi, fat man. Hello, fat man. Who do you guys like more? Gay Stewie, like effeminate Stewie, or evil scientist Stewie? How'd you have getting on with Ballin Studios? I watched Next Boss and he's getting on too. Yeah, I think both. It's kind of funny you say Nexpo because I think both me and Nexpo are no longer with the Ballin Studio situation there. So, unlucky. Thank you, Foxy. Oh, gay Stewie. I did like that difference in like the Family Guy characters from season 1 to like the later seasons. You could tell that they kind of created like a little bit of, or like Peter Griffin, like he was kind of just a dope idiot, but then once in a while he just kind of like really rips into someone and calls him a freaking freak. Ballin Studios on my resume now, I do. They can call them and, so I see he's done 20 episodes here. And like, yeah, he can work as a garbage man. You can still become an actor, by the way. It's never too late. By the profile picture is not me. It's all good, dog. No worries. Donkey. Can I do Shrek? Get out me swamp. Not really, no. What happened with Ballin Studios? For me, it was just differences in our contracts, or like desires for the contract. We couldn't really come to an agreement. So, it's like the work that I did, and I'm just kind of unable to come to a situation there. So it is what it is. Do Scottish. And for that reason, I'm out. Yeah, right. It was Shark Tank. We were doing a Shark Tank. Aussie accent. Yeah, I'm from Australia. Things get weird down here, mate. Yeah, it's not too strange. Just every day's a question. Bit of a curiosity. You gotta wear your sunscreen, SPF 9000. Don't want to get sun cancer now, do ya? The new Chris Hemsworth. The new one. And the old one. We're the same guy. You want to check out Mount Hope? It's forever ago, but improv training alone was more than worth it. It was a crazy fun. Mount Hope. What is that? Is that like a... Will the episodes of Mr. Ballin stay up? I don't know, honestly. I was curious. Somebody was saying that they were going to just completely take them down, which would be a bit disappointing because it was... I think they're good, and they should just exist somewhere. Maybe they could exist on YouTube somewhere or some shit. Kidu Irish. Today we're doing a couple of trees and we're trying to dance around it, but we're just trying to find the right vibe with things. You know what I'm saying? Do they get paid? I don't know. I guess we're kind of figuring that out. I don't know how that'll all pan out, to be honest with you. It is what it is. Do you watch any other horror creators on YouTube for enjoyment or inspiration? I don't know. I gotta be honest with you. I don't really like anybody's stuff. I like them as people, but I just don't really... Oh, I do watch Bizarre Bub, I guess. Like this. But that's mainly just because of the scary story videos and stuff. I don't really... It could be anybody or whatever. Curious if someone submitted a story clip, would you play a story clip? What do you mean a story clip? Or re-record it? Sorry, what do you mean? Yeah, Ballin's replaced me with Chills, so Would you come to the U.S. to meet Joel and your friends here? You partake in the Pern. What's the Pern? Smoke at the Pern. Do I play scary games? I guess I do. I mean, I don't actively always go out of my way, but I was thinking about playing Little Nightmares 3 when that comes out here, I think the 10th. Do I partake in the Dia los Muertos? That sounds scary, so probably yes. Bizarre Bubby tops Nuke's top 5. Is it? I don't even know. I haven't really watched. I feel like we only ever watch Bizarre Bub on the channel. I only watch Joel or Northern Crimes. I never heard of Northern Crimes. I probably should have a little bit more of a finger on the pulse of stuff, honestly. My mom is an extra in the new show The Lockdown. I'm going to apply for roles in the film instead. Also, I was moved to Tulsa auditioning for some acting roles. It'll be super fun. Yeah, dude, just live life, do what you can. See what happens. You and Next probably the only ones I can listen to. Old Ballin' was good too. Yeah, I mean, is there any difference between Old Ballin' and New Ballin'? I don't really know. I feel like I listened to it. It still seems like the same dude. What about Shiny Godtails? What's Shiny Godtails? Is that a Pokemon? Did you ever watch people play horror games? Pretty entertaining. Some, like I see like some funny clips on Instagram Reels and stuff, but I just never really watched like Let's Players back in the day to like really get into it. Dr. No Sleep is a blast. Nice. Yeah, I've heard of him. Almost ended up with a story to send in this week, thankfully, to come out. That's good. Shiny Godtails is a YouTuber. Oh, you know I do see a lot of clips for is those fuzzy noobs or whatever. I keep seeing their shit pop up, and they're really funny. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Scuzzy noobs, jizzy noobs. I don't know. It's like two gay twinks, and they make funny stuff. Maybe no one knows what I'm talking about. Let me find it. It's funny. Noobs. Slushy noobs. Yeah. Sorry, I was calling them jizzy noobs. Same thing. Jizzy noob or slushy noobs is like two boyfriends, and they just, I don't know, they just do whatever the fuck they want on their channel. They'll play games, they'll do vlogs, and it does really well. And like a lot of the clips that I see on socials and stuff is funny. Hey Beth, love you too. Good night, sleep well. It's good to see you. See you in heaven. What time zone am I in? It's 3 a.m. right now, so I'm in the east coast of the U.S. The United States. Oh, that's up your alley. Okay, perfect. Yeah, those guys are great, man. It's so funny because if you watch them, I get this weird feeling that like all of their content is like, it just seems like a channel that existed and was really popular in like 2011, and like by now the one is like a gay pop star, and then the other got canceled for something really, really heinous, and they've all moved on after a decade later, you know, kind of thing. Like they went their separate ways, but it's actually happening in real time right now, so you get to like see it. But I don't know what it is about them. They just like remind me of like people from the year 2011. Who knows? Maybe that's what all the content is. It's just content build up that they never released, and now they're releasing it in sequence. Yeah, they're like the Island Boys. You're taking a class in 8 hours, I should sleep, but this is more interesting. Yeah, you gotta get some sleep so you can think. But also start taking creatine, helps with sleep deprivation. Wagwan. Okay. That's when I figured my date had done, taken a photograph of himself with that same game or app and then used it as his profile picture. And I just stared at him, and immediately my mind went to all those scams that you read about. Now, my dear friend Ethel had fallen for some of those some time ago, and you often heard about old widows and spinsters being seduced by young men in order to secure their vast fortunes. Now, surely this couldn't be happening to little old me. I stared at Nate and sipped my cup of coffee and said nothing, and he just gave me this sort of weird smile and said that he wasn't quite what I was expecting, huh? I said no, he was not. And I was very old and didn't have the patience for these sort of strange games, and please could he explain exactly what was going on before I left. Now he gave me another grin, and I recognized this as trying to be seductive, and then he asked if I would have agreed to meet him if he knew that I was 20, or Jesus Christ. Island boys. Take creatine for the gym. Nice. Apparently like 5 grams creatine is good for muscles, and anything beyond that is good for the brain. And that they were saying that some study out of Germany was showing that upwards of 20 grams to 25 grams a day could essentially mitigate sleep deprivation, which was pretty wild. It was like sleep deprivation up to like 23 hours or something they were doing. Is creatine addictive? No, creatine's not addictive. It's like the most studied substance, or like, supplement for working out. These stories ever annoy me? Like, yeah, no, this didn't happen. I mean, sometimes, some of them are just weird. It's more like the way that they're written that kind of annoys me, and I just kind of want to get it over with. You still alive? Just getting home from work. Glad I could catch some more of the stream. Yeah, good to see you. How was work? What other biohacking you into? I mean, biohacking, I don't know. I just take creatine, I drink caffeine, I take protein powder. Those are like the big ones, and then you gotta sleep, and then you just gotta like count. My biggest difficulty is just like nutrition, really. I like to work hard at the gym and stuff, but it's like you gotta really dial in your nutrition. Oh, any peptides? I do take peptides, or I did take peptides, because I fucked up my shoulder, went bench, and then I took BPC 157 injectables, and it was pretty simple. I'm not suggesting you do it, because it's obviously not like within the realm of whatever, but yeah, it fucking healed my shoulder, and it's kind of like an insulin shot. Like you do it in your belly fat, or like in your fat tissues, but I did it for 5 weeks, Monday through Friday. You take off the weekends, and you take it in the morning when you wake up, and I don't know, my fucking shoulder's good now. It's like crazy. Like I legitimately might be like out of training if my injuries just persisted, but these weird sort of internal injuries of like, they're kind of like minor injuries, and I guess what it's supposed to do is like create neogenesis of like vascularity at injury sites, so it like creates vascularity at the injury. And it hurt my shoulder recently. I did in the previous, like I'd say like 2-3 years, where it was just like an ongoing thing of hurting like the labrum or some sort of minor tear, and yeah, now it's just fucking good. Have I tried yoga? I've done some yoga classes. It was pretty fun. I'm fucking like terribly unflexible though. Oh, you were thinking kratom. Yeah, don't do kratom. Kratom is actually addictive. My friend went through a terrible experience with kratom, and kratom is sort of like an opiate, thing, and you don't want to take opiates because that'll fuck you up. You didn't know peptides were in injections, you're taking pills. Yeah, you just have to like talk to a doctor that can do like the interact with the compounding pharmacy, that they can send you like the pre-mixed bullshit. But obviously talk to them. And I took the pills initially, but I remember I took them like close to nighttime, and I had the worst fucking nightmares ever. So if you do take the pills, be sure to take them when you wake up, because does BCAAs help at all with muscle recovery? Should I start saving my money on that? The only thing I've heard about BCAAs is that you take them like during the workout. So it's supposed to replenish like amino acids like during the workout or something, which can like help spare muscle. I guess, people seem to like it as sort of like an intra-workout drink. But other than that, I mean, as long as you're hitting your macros with your other proteins, before and after your workouts, you should be good to like grow or sustain. They sell it all over the place here. They said it helps people get off heroin. Yeah, I mean, it's good for people getting off heroin, but if you're one of the dumbos who like took, kratom just for fun while not being addicted to anything, it can cause some mental anguish for sure. Coming off the 7.0 right now, it's synthesized alkaloid of kratom. It feels like oxy and is sold in smoke shops. Stay away. Yeah, be careful, man. I mean, it's just really no point in like taking any of those gas station boner pills. Do you obsessively count your intakes or just eyeball it at this point? Dude, I'm bad with it, bro. I'm genuinely bad with it. I mean, I have some like eyeballs on my routines, but my issue is like my day always starts like pretty calculated with eating the exact same shit, and then it's towards the end of the night that I just get fucked. But that's my fault, I just got to be like a little bit when I lost the most weight or like really got to a good body composition there for a bit, I was like eating basically just like ground beef morning and night, and then a 3-pound bag of like mixed berries, and then I would fast on Sundays, and that's when I like was able to like lose weight and keep it off. It seemed like the fasting was really helpful on like a non-workout day. Protein farts, yeah, I keep them in a jar for anybody who wants to buy one. Then he asked if I would have agreed to meet him if he knew he was 23. I said no, honestly I wouldn't, and he responds with, well, there you go then, as if that explained anything. So I asked why exactly he wanted to meet me in the first place, and he said, wasn't it obvious? I was smoking hot, and he was into women like me. Like really, really into women like me. I asked what he meant by women like me, and he winked and grinned and said that he meant senior. Because weren't women like me always more expert, more seasoned, more willing to push boundaries? He then proceeded to say some much more vile stuff that would have made me blush if I'd been less of a prude. And I most certainly was not flattered, though. The way that I saw it, a man pretending to be 50 years older than he is to catfish an old widow is no less deceptive than those weird men who pretend to be in their 20s and show up for dates looking very obviously like they're in their 50s. Deception is deception, Vic always used to say. Now this man, Nate, was now suggesting that it would be an honor for me to have a night of passion with him, and he'd show me things that he was sure my old deceased husband would never have dared to show me. Now this got my blood boiling. Nobody spoke bad of Vic. Nobody. Nate was just lucky that Damie or my son weren't here, or things would have gone a lot worse for him. I stood up, knocking my teacup over and spilling the lukewarm tea onto Nate's lap. He didn't like this one bit, and he jumped up calling me some old fool and saying that my dementia was preventing me from accepting the best night of my life. Now I snappily told him that he should not speak to a woman like this, whether women of his age or elderly women or men for that matter. Also that catfishing and deceiving elderly widows typically does not lend itself to seduction and makes him appear very suspicious. Nate just snorted, looked at me up and down with a very strong sneer, and told me that I clearly wasn't some rich widower, and he wasn't interested in stealing my pension or my Mills and Boone collection. He said he was put on this earth to give me sad, dried-up old dears. Jesus. I was put on this earth to fuck old ladies. Oops, I dropped my drink.
Sure hope I didn't spill nothing. Oh, I didn't. No worries.
Oh, fuck. Quitting alcohol made a huge difference. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Fuck alcohol. That screws everything up. We didn't have social media back in World War I. What do you think we're going to say in the future? Like, we didn't have Neuralink back in my day. Watching any shows, Joel? Watching Animal Kingdom right now. What did I watch recently? I have no fucking clue. I forget all the shows. Been taking kratom for about 5 years, mostly every day. I wouldn't mess with the supplements. I would never say it's not addictive. It hasn't been for me, thank God, or else I wouldn't take it. I mean, the fact that you've been taking it for 5 years, see what it feels like when you get off of it for a week or two, and see if you have, irritability and withdrawal symptoms. I mean, unless you're taking it to, you don't have to take. I mean, are you taking it to get off of something? Unless you're taking it to get off of something, I don't think a single person should ever take kratom. No, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying my friend took it to, thinking that it was, cool and stuff, but it genuinely did fuck him up pretty bad. I was addicted to doing Oxycontin. I was addicted to Lortabs and Vitagen for years and years. Don't take it every day because... Okay, yeah, no, well, if that's the case, if you're coming off of opiates, then yeah, I would 100% say that probably kratom is good to help with that for sure. Staving off those types of withdrawal symptoms for sure, and keeping off of it. What was your favorite cartoon growing up? Man, I really liked the Batman animated series, and Hey Arnold was cool. SpongeBob. How old do we think you are? Tea time? I thought you said you do college stuff, so I'm going to guess 19, 20? I don't know. One of my favorite scenes from Australia is Fuck Me Dead. I first heard Aussie Man laugh mess. That's funny. Fuck me dead. Years between, I just don't like taking antidepressants. Yeah, those are even scarier. I feel like those will put you in a weird withdrawal position as well, so I'd avoid that. Getting off kratom is almost like getting off actual opiates. I mean, it's definitely easier than opiates for sure. You're not going to end up in a fucking bathtub, shivering when you're in a hot bathtub, or almost dying. But at the same time, it certainly can be difficult. Saw an Instagram video asking people what a photo of an overhead projector was. That's crazy. I mean, I guess if you just don't know, you don't know. But sometimes you look at videos of youthful people and you're like, damn, they seem like borderline brain dead. Did I work in a haunted hospital? I don't think my hospital ever had any haunting stuff, surprisingly. I don't know. I would ask people, and they just, even down in the morgue, the people that have to take the bodies down to the morgue to chill them till they got taken elsewhere, they said it was creepy down there, but I never heard anything outright. You're 55 and did shrooms for the first time in 30 years. How was that? Did you have any breakthroughs? Andrew Batts of the 5 says, I'm going to see my pain doctor tomorrow in order to get back on pain meds because of a damaged liver being too sensitive for kratom until next operation. Fuck, man. It's tough. Thank you for the 5. I handle dead people. I mean, I didn't handle them like I had, there would be an orderly or something comes and gathers the dead body or whatever and takes it to the morgue. The morgue. I mean, that very seldom happened, but... Okay, anyways. The collectors. They would come and eat the body. They would unhinge their jaw and shove the whole thing in their gullet like a big snake. He said he was put on this earth to give sad, dried-up old dears like me one final night of passion. And then he said the most chilling thing yet. He leaned over the table and hissed at me that this... And then he said the most chilling thing yet. He leaned over the table and hissed at me that his dream, his fantasy, was to cause a fatal heart attack with the power of his lovemaking. Other people were starting to look at us now. We'd been the only people sitting outside, but a few folks had exited the cafe while this was going on, and the other passerbys had become concerned about what they saw. From their perspective, a sweet old granny was being threatened by a young man, which I suppose was exactly what was happening. Little did this Nate realize either that a woman had walked up behind him just as he'd launched into his twisted confession about his fantasy of his manhood ending an elderly woman's life. And the passerby did not like this one bit, I assume, because she swung her purse at him and hit him straight in the side of the head, with no warning and absolutely no announcement. Now he whirls around and starts screaming at this woman, saying she's assaulted him, and that I was a very rude word beginning with Sai 2, what's up? I loved your voice and listened to you for like 9 years now. Thank you, Tara. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing good. His last epiphany was to never invest in the gym. Yeah, don't ever do that. Just build your own home gym. Is YouTube your only source of income, or do you do other things? It's just YouTube and the podcast, or this, like, you run ads on both, and that's how I make money. Please say Heavenly Star one time in that accent. Heavenly Star. Heavenly Star high above. Will you grant me one more wish before I go? Do I invest in real estate and Bitcoin? Yeah, I invested in Bitcoin. I haven't really done, other than my own house, I haven't really done any real estate. Though I do kick myself in the ass related to the gym, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I could have just fucking bought a investment property or something to Airbnb or whatever the fuck instead of this bullshit. I don't remember the story of this old guy that was tripping Heavenly Star. It's been a while. Was that those like crazy trip stories? You assumed I live in an apartment? Oh, no, I bought a home years ago, right before COVID actually, so I kind of lucked out prior to like the massive, inflationary hike. Yeah, how's it going? I just came back from today from home reserve. It was pretty scary going up. From your home reserve? What's a home reserve? Oh, the Angels video. Okay. I live in a mega mansion from 1770. Yeah, I live in a castle out in the black woods of Germany. This dude needs just so much therapy. Me? What did I do? Oh, you mean the guy in the story? You guys are my therapy. Someone said that Joel should marry Latina, and I at you because you're Latine. Latine. You're a Latine. Yeah, I'm dating a Latine. I mean, therapy does seem cool. I don't even know what the fuck I would talk about. My birthday is tomorrow, the 30th. You think you could give me an early birthday wish? Just feel like it'll give me good luck for hopefully a good 26. Happy birthday. Or, I was going to say absolutely, but I said appa birthday. Happy birthday, Kai. Seriously, that's awesome. What are you going to do for your 2-6? Dun, 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 dun. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. He whirls around and starts screaming at this woman, saying she's assaulted him, and that it was a very rude word beginning with a W, and a woman who teases male chickens, and that I'd let him on. Of course, people did not believe this story coming from this predatory-looking young man compared to the sweet old lady who was insisting that no, absolutely not, and in fact he'd catfished her, and maybe even wanted to steal her pension. A handful of people begin showing up, telling him to jog on, my old son, and he'd be meeting the Lord a lot quicker than this dear old penis sucker. Fuck. Thinking about drinking with some friends after slaving for Walmart. That sounds fun. Maybe you should drink while at work at Walmart. Think about that. No, I'm just kidding. JK, don't lose your job. Are we alive or am I a bot? I think you're alive, probably. Happy birthday, says Mick Mouse while loading his rifle. This shot's for you. Mick Moose. A handful of people begin shoving him, telling him to jog on, my old son, or he'd be meeting the Lord a lot quicker than this old dear would. I appreciated the intervention. It was the first time that London men have fought on my behalf since before my Vic passed, and it almost felt like old times. Oops. Sam, would you give... Good news, Joel. Sam would give you a chance. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. As a Latine. A Latine Goral. I appreciate the intervention. It was the first time. Okay. The first Latina of the year. I appreciated the intervention. It was the first time that men have fought on my behalf since before Vic passed, and it almost felt like old times. So much so that I didn't even stop to think when Nate just fled like a coward. Maybe I should have had him arrested or something. Was it even a crime to pretend to be older on Bumble? And when I got a cab home that afternoon, I checked the website, and that buffoon hadn't even deleted his profile. Instead, he sent me a message calling me some slur, an old hag, and then sent a picture of his genitals with a note written on it saying, "This is what you're missing." And since you'll be reading this in audio, Mr. Joel, please, I don't think you can... Y-O-U-R. Oh, anyways. Instead, he sent me a message calling me a slur and an old hag, and that he'd send me a picture of his genitals with it saying, "This is what you're missing," if he could. Now, since you'll be reading this in audio, Mr. Joel, please point out to your listeners that he spelled this Y as... What the fuck is going on? And since you'll be reading this in audio, Mr. Joel, please point out to your listeners that he spelled it as Y-O-U-R. Now, I screenshotted Nate's profile and the message that he sent me and forwarded them to Bumble Trust and Safety. Now, anyways, to end this story, I called Damien and told him the whole sordid tale, and he was fuming, of course, but also a little bit amused. After all, Nate didn't actually know who he'd been trying to seduce. Vic had his faults, and there were many times that I didn't condone his activities, but my dear departed husband was a fairly high-up enforcer in the...
Mr. Joe? Hello, Mr. Joe. They sent a dick pic, Mr. Joe. What shall I ever do?
I'm screaming again. Stop killing your political opposition! Stop shooting people you disagree with! This isn't Compton, you fools! It was at that moment that Joel had overstepped his bounds. Didn't he realize the slaying of a political opponent was to fight against climate change or capitalism or some other retarded shit that justifies murder? It's hard to say. I decided to go on Twitter to vent my frustrations. Turns out everyone thought that I was stupid there too. Vic had his faults, and there were many times that I didn't condone his activities, but my dear departed husband was a fairly high-up enforcer in a certain crime family here who will remain nameless. Sadly, even though Vic had given up the life came catching up to him in the 90s, and he was sadly caught in the crossfire of an event that didn't even involve him. But he'd left me a very, very tidy nest egg, and I am exactly the kind of person that predators like Nate will normally target. It took every ounce of my stern granny energy to absolutely forbid Damie from tracking Nate down and teaching him a lesson he'd never forget. And I'm pretty sure that being made to look like a fool by a woman in her 70s and having his stuff reported to Bumble was punishment enough. Maybe. Now thank you for reading, Mr. Joel, and maybe one day I'll share some stories with you about some of my more wild times in the 70s when Vic was still alive. But for now, good night and God bless. It's nearly 8 p.m. and it's time for this old dear to retire to bed. My favorite song is called Shoot People You Don't Like, and I'm quite conflicted on playing it now. It's by NWA. It was a lapel mic bomb. That wasn't a shooter. Yeah, dude, we were talking about it earlier. Maybe you came in late, but that's what we were going down the whole Charlie Kirk's like wife conspiracy stuff, and it's fucking crazy. Like, you don't, like, at the very least, the way that his wife sort of just immediately went right into the CEO position of Turning Point, which is worth like what, $150 million. Like, there's no way that you just like go right into that and with a smile on your face. I don't know, something's going on, something fishy. If the person's neck exploding wasn't fishy enough, something fishier than fishy is going on. Do you edit all the stories? I was wondering if you write them to sound better. I have some like edits just for like grammatical stuff, but for the most people, try to stick as close to the original sender as possible. Which, if you do have a story, be sure to send it to letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. I'm just impressed at how each of these stories are more insane than last. They were pretty good. You can use, don't forget, John Cena only has 5 WW appearances left for a creative outro. Really? Only 5 left. I sound topsy-turvy. What's that mean? Now I gotta look that up. And I'll see if I can be offended and say, oh wait, you're telling me to watch the movie Topsy-Turvy. I know what you're saying. Let's see the official. Topsy-Turvy is a 1999 British musical period drama film written and directed by Mike Leigh, starring Jim Broadbent. The plot. On the opening night of Prince Ida at the Savoy Theatre in January of 1884, composer Sir Arthur Sullivan is ill from kidney disease, is barely able to make it to the theatre to conduct. He goes on a holiday to the continent, hoping that the rest will improve his health. While he's away, ticket sales and audiences at the Savoy Theatre wilt in the hot summer weather. Producer Richard Doyle Carte has called on Sullivan and the dramatist W.S. Gilbert to create a new piece for the Savoy, but is not ready when Ida closes. Until a new piece can be prepared, Carte revives an early Gilbert and Sullivan work, The Sorcerer. Gilbert's idea for this next opera involves a transformative magic lozenge, which Sullivan feels is too similar to the magic potion and other magic talismans used in previous operas, and mechanical in its reliance on the supernatural device. Sullivan, under pressure from the British musical establishment to write more serious music, says he longs for something that is probable, centers on human interest, and is not dependent on magic. Gilbert sees nothing wrong with his libretto and refuses to write a new one, resulting in a standoff. The impasse is resolved after Gilbert and his wife visit a popular exhibition of Japanese artists and crafts in Knightsbridge, London, when the katana sword he purchases there noisily falls off the wall of his study. He is inspired to write a libretto set in exotic Japan. Sullivan likes the idea and agrees to compose the music for it. Gilbert, Sullivan, and Carte work to make the Mikado a success, and many glimpses of rehearsals and stressful backstage preparations for the show follow. Cast members lunch together before attempting to negotiate their salaries. Gilbert brings in Japanese girls from the exhibition to teach the ladies' chorus how to walk and use fans in the Japanese manner. The principal cast react to the fittings of their costumes designed by C. Wilhelm. The cast objects to Gilbert's proposed cut of the title character's Act 2 solo, a more humane Mikado, persuading the playwright to restore it. The actors face first night jitters in their dressing rooms. Finally, the Mikado is ready to open. As usual, Gilbert is too nervous to watch the opening performance and paces the streets. Returning to the theater, he finds that the new opera is a resounding success. So you think that's what's going to happen to me, huh? I'm going to get the first night jitters, which is a slur, by the way. I was alive when this show came out. True. I was there. I am topsy-turvy. Wow. I'll be honest with you, I did not expect that entire synopsis of that film to be that incredibly boring. But I vaguely recall movies in 1999 being of that, just being that disinteresting, for sure. The Joker and Mr. Hyde. The Joker and Mr. Pradeep. Okay, anyways. Let's read the outro, shall we? I am an antiquity. I do think that, how, like, somehow the 1990s will soon sound like the 1890s. It's coming, friends, it's coming. And so am I. Okay, let's read the outro. Shit. Did you ever, like, accidentally click, like, F11, suddenly you're, like, doing programming? Like, what the fuck is that? Alright, outro, guys. Think of something funny. Did we already do that? I'm being a female Dr. Jekyll for Halloween. Anyone else know what they're being for Halloween? If you celebrate, of course. If you celebrate, of course. I would hate to offend anyone that doesn't celebrate All Hallows Eve, and in fact celebrates McNutterton instead. The Brythe. It's a European version of Halloween called the Brythe. Can I use yours? About, what was it? Oh, John Cena, that's right. We're surviving 26,675 more raptures together. Yeah, dude. Did you guys know the rapture is actually tomorrow? I think we actually have to have our own rapture party. Like, if we're going to be the Buttersock cult, we need to come up with our own rapture. Do you guys want to think of a good time we can have a rapture? You celebrate Sam Hyen. What about the Brythe? Are you a Brythe? A Bryther? I'm so enraptured by her ass. It was Latina ass. Unbelievable. I was lifted to the air with the Lord upon seeing it. What do you guys want to do for the rapture? Joel's bunker is the rapture. We'll see you there. It's pronounced Sawin. Well, you gotta answer my question. Are you a Bryther? Appreciator of the Brythe? Okay. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations, and I release new ones every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. Clap them cheeks during the rapture mid-air. So remember, you originated from the Bum Crumb Society. Okay, wait. We have to think of a date for the rapture. It's been fun talking to chat. Take care. Thank you. We have to think of a date for the rapture, guys. When's our rapture? Everybody gets a rapture. We get one. What would be our rapture date? It has to be like... 2069. John Cena. 1111. Oh my God, that might be actually perfect. Are we a coven, guys? Go. Are we a coven? Okay. A coven of bitches. Hey, bitches. Just kidding. I love you too. All right. I think 11:11 sounds kind of sick. Actually, it's like a really good rapture time. It's good for you. It's good for me. Scheduling the rapture is tough sometimes because it's like kind of like scheduling your next dentist appointment. It's like so far out that you're like, how would you have any idea that you're going to be available Tuesday at 4 a.m. 2069? Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, the real rapture is November 11th, 2025. Boom. That's all you got to do. You don't even have to be honest. You can just say stuff, and if it says rapture at the end, people are like, yeah, it's probably going to happen. So I need you guys we need to restart this. We need to they got the rapture wrong on TikTok because they're TikTokers. TikTokers don't know anything. They don't know any better. Their attention span is what? Like 15 seconds max? We're YouTubers, baby. We're YouTubers. We're the real rapturers. We can think more than 5 steps ahead. Sometimes 6. Really couldn't move it up to the 9th. Wait, when was it? Are you not available the 11th? Oh, that's a Tuesday. Oh, okay, wait. Actually, we're going to change the rapture real quick if you guys are available, because then we can have a rapture party on November 12th. That'll be a Wednesday for the stream. So we can have a rapture stream. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, the real rapture is November 12th, 2025. I was going to say March 21st, 2026, but that's just a ways out, and I don't know if I have the attention span to wait all the way till March. Like, come on, I'm going to forget. All right, guys. We'll see you at the rapture. Set your clocks. It's 11:12. Holy shit, you're right. 11:12 is 23. 2 3s, 33, Masonic again. Boom, easy. The Masons they're on board. They planned this out since the very beginning. This is some straight up Beelzebub shit. Yeah. Okay, guys. Thanks for being here. Remember, it's all fake and they want to divide us, but you're smarter than that. You're part of the rapture. You're part of the butter sock cult. Goodbye.